Hey, I'm Big Will, and I am doing nothing but putting some bags and boards together. And I just thought I'd go live while I did it. You know, someone might pop in, and someone might pop in on video. I don't know. I could be alone the entire time, but I thought I'd just do this whole bag and boarding thing, putting these together. I got 1,000 of these things, so I'm still putting them together. And I thought I'd just jump on live and just hang out. Hey, looks like I got a couple people in here. Cyborg Dad, what's going on? MLV, the ever-changing name and emblem. What will it be next? No one knows. So I found out that apparently I made a mistake. And Southern Comic Geek just did a stream, and he showed one of the books that he bought from me. And I did not communicate well, apparently, because he was surprised to know that it was missing the last page. Someone had ripped it out of the book. Which, I mean, I'm honest, so I know I told him, but I must not have told well because he didn't realize it. But man, when you're thinking it might be, a 2.5, 3.0 in like a green label, if you were to go CGC, and then to have it come back as a 0.5, oh, know what I'm saying? That's no fun. I have felt that pain before. I am sorry that he had to feel it too, because that is never good. Custom avatar. Nice. So anyway, that happened today. DS just got through doing a video. He showed a bunch of awesome books. If you guys know DS Comics, might want to check that out. He literally just got through ending it, or was about to end it. He was in the process. But speaking of grading companies and CBCS, I had a buddy of mine open up a package from CBCS, and it was really strange because we wasn't supposed to get it. You see, we pressed and got everything graded, pressed, and cleaned. And CBCS was taking 8 months to get something pressed and cleaned. So we went in July 18th and 19th and dropped that stuff off, and he got it back Sunday. FedEx delivered it on Sunday. So we were immediately like, okay, what happened here? Because he shouldn't have got these books back. And then you see us. This is a video on IG, by the way, not YouTube. It's on my Instagram. And we opened everything up, and we got to thinking, okay, they must not have been pressed and cleaned, or if they were, he must have got to the front of the line. So we had assumed he somehow jumped to the front of the line, but apparently he didn't. What we found out off camera was I got to looking at the invoices, and what the dude during the convention did when he was filling everything out, he marked everything up top. Yes, it's getting pressed. Yes, it's getting pressed. Yes, it's getting pressed for all the books. But at the bottom where they add up your total with what you pay, he didn't include the pressing. So my buddy wasn't charged for pressing. He was just charged for the grading and signature authentication. So when it went to CBCS in Dallas, they apparently don't bother looking at is it check marked for pressing. They just look at the total and see if it has pressing included there, which it didn't. So turns out his books were never pressed. That's how they got back so fast. But with the grades that he received, it's probably a good thing, because apparently the guy he bought those from peeled off the digital code sticker just enough to be able to get the code and then put it back, which affects the grade. So he got the best grades he could have. Because if they had been pressed, it wouldn't have helped much. So, come to find out, that's what happened with that. So that was interesting on Sunday. But I dropped the link if anyone is bored or has nothing to do, wants to join in. But I'm just sitting here putting these bags and boards together. Anyone have any questions or statements or any stories or anything? Just type them in the chat. I'll take a look, see, and we'll see if we can get us a discussion going of some kind. And for those of you that wasn't here the last time I did this, I have the standard backing board, and I always do the resealable bags, and I always get silver. I don't bother getting modern. I just put the modern in the silver bags, and obviously silver and silver bags, and bronze and everything in between go in the silver. It's a great cost-saving measure. Just buy yourself a silver age stuff. Don't ever have to worry about anything unless you get into golden age, and that's a whole nother monster. Hey, J Hood's here. He's listening from work. Well, that's always good. And oh crap, we got 9 people in here. I hope this is great entertainment for you. Do we need some background music or something as I drop it in, or here? Let me. That work for you? That more entertaining? Oh boy. Hey, Steve Whiting's here. What's going on, Steve? Hey, if anybody wants to drop in, I dropped the link in the chat there. This is marked not for kids, so we're good to go. Just in case. On the coffee run. Sweet. But yeah. So I've been thinking about Dungeons and Dragons. I play with Whitewell, Alec, John's Comics with Kids, JP, Daymares, and Comics Misexplained. We all play, oh, hey, Southern Comic Geeks here. What's going on, man? You're muted.
I muted myself because I had you on the YouTube feed and I was hearing the echo already. So, how are you doing today?
Pretty good, man. Hey, DS, come in. What's up? Oh, he's on a work break. Okay. So, yeah. Man, I don't know if you caught me at the beginning, but I was telling people about your 181, man. I feel bad about that. I must not have.
You probably told me that, and originally I had planned on sending it to CGC anyway, but since they were there and I had it, so I'm not going to send it in.
Yeah, the CBCS doesn't have a green label equivalent. They'll just grade it normal and then mark it on the thing what's wrong, if anything. But
I mean that X-Men 266 was exactly what you said it was.
Actually, it wasn't. It was better.
Oh, was it?
I remember I cracked it out as a 9.2, so you actually got a grade bump.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. See, I looked at it in the slab, and I did not agree with the grade at all. So I cracked it out, and then once I got it out and opened the book up, I realized, oh, okay, I understand why they graded it that way now. And then I decided, I might want to get it signed, but I'll just get some cash for it. So, and then you happened to be on that stream, and you're like, hey, I'll buy.
Yeah. And I remember I sold my copy while I was on the stream too.
Yeah. So did you get that? You didn't get that pressed and cleaned before you sent it in, did you?
Mm-mm.
Well, I guess that particular book was a harder hit at CGC. For most of the time, it's harder hit at CBCS. That one was opposite.
Yeah, well, I mean, they rake me over the coals otherwise. So, I mean, I'll take one where I can get it.
Yeah.
Because I got 2 books that are MIA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they sent the yellow carbon copy thing back with the books,
Uh-huh.
as to imply that the order's done. But I submitted 14 books. There's only 12 in here, and so I called CBCS report, customer service, and there's a difference between speaking English and understanding English.
Yes, there is. That if they will just get Americanized customer service like CGC,
Yeah.
they will be the winner.
So yeah, so I can't. They were no help. So I called the comic shop that's in Florence, Alabama, and I said somebody's fixed to pay me some money, because he goes, well, I guess they probably put them in the wrong thing. I was like, that ain't my problem. Who's writing the check?
Yeah.
And the bad thing about it is it's two of the more expensive books, because it's one of the Wolverine banana covers and the Rogue negative variant cover too.
Oh snap! That's like $400 minimum in value.
Minimum, yeah. Because that Rogue one's been going up.
Yeah. Well, good night, man. Did you hear the part where I explained my IG video? Did you see my IG video where we opened up the CBCS order?
You was here recently?
It was Sunday.
Oh, okay. No, you contacted me Sunday, said you were going to do something.
Yeah, the thing that came up was that.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I normally would be at church, but we haven't been going because of the COVID thing, and we just haven't got back yet. But yeah, no, we were at the same. For those of you that don't know, Southern and I and my buddy, and Two Brothers Comics, July 18th and 19th, we're all at the same convention, and we all. I don't think the Two Brothers did, but the rest of us all sent books with CBCS, and we sent everything and got it pressed and cleaned. And that the guy was at least honest with that and told us, hey, it's taken like 8 months. So I mean, I grinned and bared it, because a couple of them were just kind of like gag books, like Megaton Man 1, my Yarn Man number 1. Those I sent off. So I was like, I don't have to have them back. And oh yeah. I was talking to him about how I only buy silver because it's a great cost saving measure. But anyway, and my buddy, had his pressed and cleaned too, and then he got them back Sunday. FedEx guy came on a Sunday, which is weird, and dropped off his books. So we were like, okay, either he magically jumped into the front of the line, in which case I hate him now, or they didn't press his books, but yet he paid for it. So we got to look, and we opened everything up. The grades were okay, one or two disappointments, but we got to looking, and we understood why they got the grade they got. And two of the books, the guy who he had bought them from apparently scraped off the digital sticker just enough to get that code and then put it back. So they dinged that on the grading. It specifically says it on the label that the digital sticker is partially removed.
Oh, wow.
So we were like, okay, we agree with these grades. But then when the video shut off, I got to looking at his paperwork, like your paperwork, and where they have the check marks at the top where you can select pressing. Those were checked. But when the total at the bottom is added up, the dude didn't include pressing. So my buddy never paid for pressing. So his books were never pressed, even though it was marked up here for them to be pressed, because he didn't pay it.
Wow.
Because the guy just jacked up his order, at the table, which
remember, because you
can understand that a little bit.
Because remember, you called him out on it because you pulled the prices up, and you said, hey, he's supposed to be paying. Oh, that's right. Let me change that.
Yeah. And I also caught something else that I wasn't able to correct him on. And one of the Ultimate Miles Morales Ultimate Spider-Man #1, he said, although that's heating up right now, that's going to be a higher tier, as if it was valued more than $250.
Yeah.
It's not. It's selling for like $180 in a 9.8. So he just assumed it's Miles, it's hot, but that cost you an extra $20.
Right.
to get graded in the higher tier. So my buddy just got screwed basically.
Mm-hmm.
And but on the bright side, he did get his books back really fast because they didn't press them at all, and he didn't pay for the pressing, even though we overpaid on grading. So I guess all in all, it's okay, stalemate, because the grades he got after looking at the books and the digital sticker and everything, I don't think he would have got better grades had they been pressed. And the one book that was special came back at 9.8, so pressing wouldn't have mattered.
Because see, that was the first thing that I wondered about. Did they because I got 4 of the books pressed that I submitted. So 2 of them are here, and the other 2 are the ones that are MIA. So I said, well, I wonder if they didn't press these and didn't clean them.
Can you see that there's a pressable defect that was not got, or some dirt or something?
Yeah, on this Moon Knight, on this Marvel Spotlight, there looks to be like a pick down the bottom that a good presser should have got. And then on the back, I'm not sure that that's dirt as much as maybe just rub and.
Well, you got your yellow sheet back.
Right.
Is it marked pressing at top for that book? And does he include the price in the bottom left where it adds together?
So, bottom left.
Yeah, the bottom left is where he totals everything up. Because I've noticed when Dallas gets it, they just look at that bottom left. They don't even bother looking at the other.
So you have kind of hit the hammer on the head, Big Will, because down here at the bottom where it says service name, where it says service name, it says pressing, and it says ×2. It doesn't even include them other ones, even though they are marked on the sheet.
Yeah. See, Dallas doesn't look at that. They look at the total, and this other guy at the table wasn't catching things and bringing them down at the bottom.
So that's probably why I got why these 2 are not MIA, why the other ones still are, because they're still in pressing, and pressing's what's taken 8 months.
Yeah. So I'm thinking they're just getting – this guy was flustered because he's not the normal guy that they have. I don't think you haven't been to Huntsville the previous years, have you? Well, they had a different guy. This guy who was there, it's the first time he's been there at this convention. They did have a different guy for all the other years, the same guy for all the other years. This guy's different. I'm thinking he got flustered and was making mistakes. And it's probably because the 2 lines were there, and he's having to tell people, oh, it's 8 months. Then he's also a talkative guy, like all good Southern boys are,
Right.
And I think he just doesn't need to be the one doing that.
Yeah, you could certainly tell that he was overwhelmed by everybody because the line was long and trying to facilitate all that kind of stuff. And, it's 2 months. I mean, because it's been 2 months since we went to the con and submitted those deals. But in fairness to CBCS, I don't know that he submitted these things right away, because 2 weeks after the con, he was still in the process of submitting them because I called the comic shop.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you right now, do you have your dashboard and all set up online for CBCS? Okay. See, I would definitely recommend that you do that if you want to continue doing business with them, because it helps make things clear and you can keep track of stuff too. See, once I sign in here, I have 3 separate orders with CBCS right now. And the one at our convention, it was on July 18th and 19th. That's when the convention was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They were received by CBCS on August 20th.
And that's something?
Yeah, that is something.
I mean, that's ridiculous, because then everybody's going to blame CBCS.
Yeah, but I think the problems that we're talking about from this convention or not CBCS Dallas. It's CBCS, the guy at the booth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and if you want to know what's taken Dallas so long to get the pressing done, it's because you can go on the forums. There's forums that you can access if you have a free membership or paid. I currently have a paid, but I don't think I will after it runs out. But anyway, if you go on the forums, you'll find where Steve Borak and the other guys, they'll answer your questions sometimes. And they have 3 pressers. That's it. They have 3 guys pressing all this stuff. So it's not so much that they don't have enough presser machines or that they don't have enough space. I would assume it's probably that they don't have enough guys over there trained to handle all this volume that they've been getting.
Well, I would think their volume overall would be down because of the lack of cons.
Yeah, that's true, but they also have the stuff from the move because you think 8 months. They're working on stuff now from 8 to 10 months ago. So the move was still affecting them. The move for pressing, because pressing moved a lot later than the grading did. Mm-hmm. It wasn't, but 6 to 8 months ago that you were still sending your pressing order to Clearwater, Florida.
Oh, okay. Is that the same company that CGC uses for their pressing down there?
No, CGC uses CCS. It's a separate company in the same building in Sarasota. CBCS used a company in Clearwater, and it was them. It was CBCS because that's where CBCS was before they moved in Florida. So they moved their grading but left their pressing office, and now they finally got them both together. CBCS pressing is the same people that do the grading, just a different area of their shop, basically, where CGC, it's a completely different company. They just share the same building because they're intertwined.
Yeah, and that makes sense for it to be in the same shop. It makes sense for it to be the same building because if like in CGC's case, it's a separate company, but who are they going to blame? Who did I blame when the cover got ripped off? I blame CGC, regardless of whether it was them or the other people.
Yeah. Regular grading, press and clean. Received since August 4th. Yeah. Hey, Superior's here. What's going on? And that might be something to do with increased stuff. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, and I think the CBCS really hit it.
Well, I'm not eating chicken wings, but I wouldn't mind chicken wings.
So if you look at this, the way they did it, see, I got Bob McLeod to sign this book and did not get it witnessed in November of last year. So what they did was they said verified signatures Bob McLeod, but we actually witnessed Chris Claremont's on this date right here. And I think that was a fair enough way to do it,
Yeah, I personally don't like how it's all the same color. I mean, I actually would have preferred keeping the red. And I mean, maybe a different color, but as long as it's different, because that just invites dishonest people. Yes, it's on the seller or buyer beware, caveat emptor to look and make sure it says witnessed or verified. But still, I would have preferred the other way. But if they're going to do it, I'm glad they specifically say, hey, it's witnessed or hey, it's verified. And now that it's all yellow label, DS is right. They probably had extra few submissions come in just for reholdering, if nothing else, from that red label, because most people didn't like it. I actually did, but most people didn't.
Yeah, I didn't care for it. That's why instead of CGC on stuff that I did not have personally witnessed, like I went to a smaller con or something, I sent them to PGX because they would verify it as opposed to getting that pink label from CBCS is what I've done in the past. But one of the interesting things would be that even if ever CBCS and CGC would share data from the censuses, so we can get an accurate take as to how many 9.8s are really out there.
You mean have like one separate database that they both send to?
Yep.
They'll never do that. I doubt they'll ever do that.
You don't know. I mean, Yeah, no. How much cross pollination is there where people, crack a slab and send it to somewhere else, and it gives a false narrative out there that there's X amount of books. Well, if you're a seller, you want less of those books. Most of the time. Sometimes you like it that they're more.
The problem with that is that there's not many people out there like DS Comics who he saves every time he cracks out a book. He saves that label, and once he gets a pile of them together, he sends them in to CGC so that they can adjust their census because that's important.
Right.
But I don't think there's that many people who actually do that,
Yeah, I used a couple of the people. Geek Aficionado did some of these books that I sent in, and then I'm sending order off. I sent a CGC and CBCS order off to a presser who is going to press the books. And once he's pressed it, I've already done the CGC order. I did it under my account so I can check into it and get the grader's notes. So I've already done it and sent him the packaging labels, and then he's going to submit CBCS for me.
Yeah. Now, see, I did that with Geek Aficionado for an ASM 361. And he forgot about it and sent it a week late to CGC. But I wasn't in a rush or anything. But I need to actually get with Jimmy and see if he has the tracking number for that, because it's been like 3 weeks and CGC hasn't even received it yet. So I'm going to know if it's one of those books, because Sarasota, Florida, Gulf Coast, is it one of those that's hung up somewhere by the post office, or is it at CGC and for some reason they haven't received it yet?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it could be either one.
Yeah, so I need to get with him later and see if he has the tracking. Lord, I hope he still has the tracking. That'd be bad if he doesn't or forgot it.
Yeah, I was going to resubmit my Hulk 181, not to be regraded, but to just have a new case, because when I purchased it, it came to me, it was cracked.
The CGC or CBCS?
CGC.
Okay.
So I didn't want them to regrade it. I just wanted them to reholster it. And because my 180, 181, and 182 I bought from the same guy on eBay. I finally got them, and the case had been cracked. To his credit, he did pay me back for what it would cost to do them. So then it was up to me as to whether or not I got them reholstered. But wanted to do that. Then I forgot to put it on the order. Didn't want to go back and redo it. So,
well, yeah, we know. It's just we were talking about. CBCS doesn't have that green label equivalent though that CGC does. But yeah, if you put that 181 to CGC, you may get as high as the 3.0 we were talking about. But that's because the green label means they say, okay, this has an issue. We're going to pretend it's not there and put a green label on it. Whereas blue, you probably get about the same grade.
Yeah. I think that's what I'm going to do. When I go to submit my 181, I'm going to send that Batman 181 off at the same time. And just get them to – I'll get them to grade that book.
Yeah.
And they'll give me a discount because I'm sending it. I think they still do that, don't they? If you're sending it from another company, that they'll give you a discount.
Yeah, the crossover. Yeah, I think they still do that. You just have to click it. I have yet to do that, though.
Well, I didn't even think about the fact that they would do that. I had forgotten about the last page not being there. But yeah, overall, if they can find my 2 missing books, and the fact that now that you have pointed that out to me about the pressing not being brought down.
Did you give your email address to the guy? Did he ask for that?
I did, but when I gave it to Rafinki over in the Philippines, he couldn't even pull anything up by that.
Well, don't worry about Rafiki in the Philippines. I like that. You mix like 3 countries and 12 top. Anyway, go to cbcs.com and use that as your email, and it's free. Set up your free account there.
You already have an account there.
Yeah, hopefully you can have a free account there and get a dashboard, and that should have everything listed that you've done. Like, see, I did not realize that you could do that until like 2, maybe 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I realized that, and if I look, I'm signing in again, and what it has is that I've been using the same email every time. So if you look at my past orders, it goes all the way back to 17 means 2017. I did 2 books in, and that's what they were. You know, the Wolverine 188 and 82. And then let's see if I can do this with my. They were authenticated, and the grades they got were those. I got a 9.8 and a 7.5.
Okay.
And it does that for every single book I've ever sent in that they've already graded.
Well, see, when he did my order, even though my email is on this address, and they do have my phone number because FedEx sent me a text last week that I would get this package Saturday between 7 and 11. Ian even called to verify, oh, yes, it'll be between 7 and 11. No package ever came Saturday. And so I got it today. The guy drops the wrong package off at my doorstep and then comes back 15 minutes later and says, oh, I gave you the wrong package. Yeah. Wow. Thanks. But yeah, so they got my phone number, but I just logged in because I already had an account with CBCS. I don't remember why I opened it up. Maybe I was planning on submitting something to them at one time. And enter that email address, and it's not there. So either this guy, the facilitator that is, put his own email address or misspelled my email address. Both are all in all possible. So
well, with this guy we're talking about, I wouldn't put anything past him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. See, we know the grade will change if he does his 181 though, DS, because it's a blue label right now. And he doesn't say anything because it's missing the pinup in the Batman 181 and the last page. He should get a green label, so it should up the grade.
Yeah, it should up the grade because the only gave me was a 0.5. So,
yeah. Which I'm surprised because when it's incomplete, CBCS usually has a grade that they made up on their own, a 0.3. So you actually did a little bit.
Seen one of them.
Yeah, that's the worst grade they give.
Overall, I was pretty pleased with CBCS when you fairly, which was what I tried to do, when you fairly say, hey, this guy that was the facilitator was largely inept, didn't submit the books to much later than what he got them at, and what they graded them at. Aside from the Batman 181, which we know why that happened, but aside from that, the only other letdown was that Wolverine Origins number 10, where they counted that out as color rub. So, and I think it was actually part of the picture. And if you look at the back of the comic, it does look like it's part of the picture, not color rub.
But yeah, they have a 0.1 and a 0.3 for just covers, coverless books, single wraps, or pages, like the worst of the worst.
Huh.
So CBCS has 2 grades lower than poor.
Because when I got my X-Men 1 and my X-Men 4, which are both coverless, I got a facsimile cover attached to it. They said that they would issue that as a NG or no grade. So I wonder if they've kind of changed their stance on that now.
I don't know. I don't usually I don't do coverless. I haven't ever come across a coverless book that I wanted and sent in. So I have no idea.
Well, and I regret doing the 4 because at some point or another I will probably upgrade that X-Men 4. But I don't regret the 1 because my 1 looks really awesome with that cover, and I don't have to ever worry about paying multiple thousands of dollars to get something else.
Yeah, I might in the future one day get a X-Men 1, maybe. I don't know.
Well, think about it. If you had a chance to get a Hulk 181, the first full appearance of Wolverine, as they say,
Thank you.
it was coverless, would you buy it for a decent price?
No, not for a decent price. It would have to be basically given to me that low a price for me to buy it and cover it.
Okay.
But if I did buy it, I would break out my facsimile and marry the cover to it, or have someone do it for me, and then have it graded.
Yeah, you can. They sell those things on eBay for like $16, and it looks exactly like that. The only difference on the facsimile is the price difference and the barcode. So if you get one done, you wouldn't have that, and that's what I did for the X-Men 1. But yeah, I almost bought a Hulk 181 that was coverless, but it was signed by John Romita Sr. and signed by Stan Lee and signed by Len Wein. I think it might have been her.
I would never understand why people get Romita and Stan Lee to sign the Hulk 181.
Well, I understand Romita because Romita was the inker for the cover. That's why on that. But on the Stan Lee,
he did work on it. Well, why didn't CGC notate that? I mean, I don't guess they really notate inkers, do they? Well, actually, if you're talking Wolverine Limited Series, it'll say Joe Rubenstein, and he was the inker. Miller did pencils, and someone else did the coloring, I believe.
Because Batman 181, I'm looking at it now. It shows Joe Giel. I get it out in a minute. But he's the inker, right? Wasn't he the inker for that? I believe he inked all those old Batman.
Oh, there we go. Read that.
Looked like a 7.0. Oh, I would have took that deal.
I would have bought it just to resell it, though. I don't know if I'd keep it missing the centerfold, but yeah, I would have bought it and sold it. Oh, hey, speaking of buying and reselling, I've been wanting to talk to someone about this ever since yesterday. What do you think about all these Walmart books, man?
I've sold a bunch of them. Did you see all the ones I posted?
Yeah, I saw the ones you posted. Did you see any of the stuff I talked about on various things? I saw the list, the hot list. Mm-hmm. I saw the Venom and all, and got my key collector out, and it was selling. It's hot. Right. So I went Sunday morning at like 9 or 10 o'clock, and I went to my Walmart that no one ever picks through. I bought 2 of those packs. I put one on sale in the parking lot on eBay. By the time I got home, it sold. So I put the other one up for $25, like 2.5 times what I paid. Yeah, I put the other one up plus shipping, and it sold before I went to bed Sunday night.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Because look, I posted those things. I took pictures, and then I was in the process of posting them. Before I posted 6 books, and so before I even got through with the 6th book, the first one had sold, which was that Venom 25.
Yeah,
and so especially if you can get like the one I went to, sounds like it was the one like you do. If you get one that hasn't been picked over, because they're like newsstands where the kids would take them and bend them over.
Oh, I know. Dude, I was going to keep one of those Venoms and get it graded because it would have been like a 9.6 or 9.8. They were just put there and not touched. But because the one sold so dang fast, I just went ahead and put
Yeah,
it out. But I will tell you, I also bought 2 packs. Key Collector says they're selling for like $20 in high grade. The 3 packs with this Spider-Man 45 Mark Bagley.
yeah.
I bought 2 of them, but I had them on eBay. They didn't sell as fast as the Venom. They're not as hot. And I took them down, and then I opened the packs to figure out, maybe I'll do something with these because I made my money back with selling the other,
Right.
And I found out that there is the Life and Times of Miss Marvel #1, I think. I think it's number. You know what? I have it right here. Let me just break it out and I'll show you. And it's a lenticular.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
You about the one with Captain America and her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, for those of you that haven't seen this before, check this out. It's Captain America and then Kamala Khan. It's the Captain America 100, and it's a lenticular to be the Legacy of Miss Marvel, number 25, or Captain America 109 in the lenticular. And man, lenticulars and things with these hard covers can come back 9/8, 9/9, or 10s. So I have 2 of these that I got put aside here for my next 9/8 pre-screen submission. And I'm gonna see if I can't get me a 9/9 out of one of them. I'm pretty confident I'll get a 9/8 easy, but I might get a 9/9. Who knows? Because even though they were in the Walmart packs, dude, those things look sharp, and they were the 3rd book, so they were the one against the backboard.
Yeah, the Marvels are a dice throw because they're random. Whereas the DC ones, if you see the first book on there, it's the same pack. Okay, so there's no wondering about it. Of course, the DC ones, they don't have as many hot ones as the Marvel ones, and they also have one more book than the Marvel one does. They have 4 books instead of 3. But yeah, look, it's fun hitting those Walmarts up, trying to find one. You feel like the old days of the newsstands, running around to the gas stations and the grocery stores trying to catch them before all the other kids bit them down.
I just don't feel like doing it, but there are 2 Walmarts in my area that I don't think anyone ever really looks through, because I have gone weeks after a hot book come out, like the Strange Academy 1, that Walmart variant. I went 2 or 3 weeks afterwards and found one. Now, granted, it needs a press, and it might get a 9.4. Maybe a 9.6, but it's probably a 9.4 on its best day. But even still, I was able to find one, even after a few weeks. So as long as I know when these things get hot, as long as I pay attention to the list and can go, like I did this weekend, the next day or the same day, I can probably find 1 copy at least and just throw it up, as soon as I get it.
Mm-hmm. And some of them I keep. I mean, there was some X-Men ones that were in there that I ended up keeping. But the rest of them, I just throw them up and throw some on the auction block when I'm on various channels doing the auction thing. So,
well, I've noticed some of these books, like the Strange Academy, 11 first appearances in that book.
Oh yeah,
a lot of people specking on it. The Walmart in a 9.8 is like $280 right now. The 9.6 is sitting a little over $100. So if that turns out to be anything, I have the Walmart version. I'll just send it in at that time, get pressed, clean, graded. I'll have what, $40 in it total, maybe a little less probably. And as long as I can sell it for 55, 60 or more, I'll be in the green. And if the rate things are going, if anything, and I mean anything happens with Strange Academy, I'll get a C note for it probably.
Right. Well, you know what's crazy about that book? I've found several copies and I sold them on the cheap. Gave some people some good deals on it, but that Strange Academy is probably a pretty safe bet that they're going to end up doing something with it. Versus some of the other ones that are a little more speculative in nature. Jay Hood had a question about selling.
My holdup from flipping has always been that I'd be starting out with a low rating. I put a few things up on IG, but only got nibbles. Well, I have learned you need at least 1,000 followers on IG to really have that going pretty good.
And the right hashtags, yeah.
Yeah, and the right hashtags and everything. Because I've sold 2 things in a relatively good amount of time on IG. I've put up probably 50 things on IG to sell, and they never sell.
Right.
But as far as, I don't know about you, Southern, but my eBay rating, I recently changed my name. So I'm Big Will Comics on Instagram. Well, I'm Big Will everywhere. And I'm Big Will Comics on YouTube. And I'm Big Will Comics on eBay. And that's also my email if anyone wants to hit me up. Buy a 40/40 box. I still have. There's a video explaining it on my channel. It's Big Will Comics at outlook.com. That's the email. But my rating should be jumping up here with a few more positive feedbacks to 300. That's what I have. I've had eBay for a while, but I usually just bought. So, but anyway, yeah, I have 300 and 100% positive feedback. That's important.
Yeah. And DS made a good point that he didn't feel like it was as important as the number of reviews as it is 100% good.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, the only time I care how many reviews you've had is if your rating percentage-wise is like 95.6. If you're like me and you had 300 and it's 95.6, that means you suck and you should not be on eBay. But if you've sold 2 million products and got reviews for it and you're at a 95.6, I still might buy from you.
Because you're going to make somebody mad.
Yeah.
And I quit selling on eBay, not to say that I won't go back to selling on eBay. Years ago, I had sold some things for somebody, and because I didn't have a receipt, eBay blacklisted me to not be able to sell on there. So I created a second account under my wife's name, which I can sell and buy stuff. So I started utilizing it to get my eBay ratings up so that when I did sell stuff. So when I started selling comics on there, the problem with selling comics is that when somebody gets the comic, if they got a problem with it, they automatically put in holds on your money. And so I mailed a comic off that had a certificate of authenticity where it had been signed. And I know for a fact it was in that comic book. And so they said it wasn't. And I said, well, it was. So not only did PayPal hold my money up for that book, which was only $3, by the way, we were arguing over $3. So they held my money up from the other comic the person happened to buy at the same time that there was nothing wrong with. So I ended up refunding the guy $3 just to be done with it. And so he just essentially got a free comic book. Whereas on IG, back to Big Will's point, that if you got 1,000 followers, pretty much people have that confidence level that if somebody's following you that much, you're pretty good. And it's usually people in the community. We got a very niche community. And so most everybody knows everybody else, especially if you're on both IG and YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, mess it up.
Yeah, what's going on, man? But I would say if you want to sell on eBay raw comics, you need to do just like 4 or 5 things. Don't worry about if you get a review. Just worry about if it's positive or not. Because some people just will never leave a review. I mean, that just happens. I've done more than 300 interactions on eBay, but that's how many people have actually completed the feedback. Undergrade harshly and be honest and make sure you cover yourself by not shipping until you've received the money, If it's a big item, make sure you have insurance with it to take care of it, and package well. That's really all you got to do. Just be honest, package well, grade harshly so that you're probably going to be under, and or you could do sell slabs, that way you don't have to worry, or sell something like a Walmart pack that's still sealed so they really can't say anything.
So there's no guarantee, right? You know as much as I do about it, right?
Like if someone gets these Walmart packs, first off, they're in pretty dang good condition for being Walmart packs, but they're still sealed. So if they complain about the condition, I'm like, well, it's sealed. How can I give you a condition if I can't even see two of the books?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so, and I package well, so I don't have to worry about it.
So
I will get that argument if it comes about.
So that Walmart that I went to this weekend and got that Venom 25, it still had one of the Spider-Verse ones there.
Oh, the one that you put up for sale?
Yeah.
But dude, that one surprised me. I put it up as a single book in my auction like 2 or 3 different times.
Uh-huh.
I bought them, and it sold over $10 every single time. But when I tried to sell it one time as the pack, I broke even.
I know, right? You get 2 free books, but yeah, so it was surprising that it was there and still in good shape. So obviously that Walmart does not get a lot of comic book activity or seekers there. And Mastodon says some sellers don't package well. Yeah.
And handle it when you criticize them. Yeah, that's why you can actually block people from showing up when you're searching on eBay. I recommend you do that if you run into that problem with a seller that packages horribly and it affects stuff. But I mean, if that happens, well, that's you grade harshly when you're looking at those pictures, and make sure that unless it's slab, you're buying under what you think the value is, just in case it's damaged. And always try and get them to either take a return and you get the full money back, or at least pay you something for the damage. Like the only few time, the one time I had a big issue was I had like 17 or 15 copies of Wolverine 1 1988 that I bought from the same seller. They were selling a whole bunch of them. I bought them all for like $18 a pop. Great deal. They sent them in a manila envelope inside a bag. That's it. No boards, no separation of the books. They were all in one bag in a non-bubble manila envelope, and that's how they sent them. Luckily, only 1 or 2 had damage, and they paid me the cost of getting those pressed and cleaned. So, it worked out.
Well, that's like the Hulk 180, 181, and 182 I bought all at the same time. It came damaged. The guy paid me what it cost to grade them again so I could resubmit them. So that was a fair enough trade. But the vibe that I got from him, because my thinking is, I hope that, because I bought them from Canada, ironically enough, right, Wolverine? But bought them from Canada, that he would have adequately insured them. But the vibe I got was that he didn't. And so I know that Comically Flawed, Adam.
He did that post.
Yeah, and that's so true. That's why I always like to ship priority. And I don't mind if I ship somebody $100 worth of books. I might take that chance on $50.
Yeah,
but
I just shipped out a bunch of stuff today. One of them was Wolverine 1 1988 to 9.8. It was $225 plus the shipping. I packaged so well, I didn't even bother doing insurance on it. But that's on me.
Yeah.
It damages the book and I have to offer a full or partial refund. That's on me. I know that going in. But if it's like a big dollar amount, I'm iffy on something, or it's going out of the country for sure, you insure that stuff. Like Comically Flawed said, that's for you, not for the buyer.
For sure.
Yeah, of course, sometimes if you ship over borders, like from here to Canada or Canada to here, they have the right to inspect customs.
Mhm.
So they could open it up, look at it, and then package it back. And they probably don't package nowhere near the way someone that knows comics would. So that could have also maybe happened to your stuff.
Yeah, so I shipped a giant size X-Men 1, that one I showed you at the con in Huntsville.
Uh-huh.
Shipped it to the buyer in Australia. And so I shipped it. It was in a Mylar in a top loader. It was fully insured. It was packaged up in that Gemini mailer, all neat and snug. And but yeah, I mean, dude, I'm going to insure that puppy, especially going to Australia.
Robert Guzman. And I bought a book lot and the seller shipped it loose in a clothing gift box. It doesn't matter. But yeah, there are those, and that's the seller that you try to get your money back on and do a return. All else fails, negative feedback, and block them from your list so that you will never buy again.
Yeah, and I forget who it is that makes the point to say that. I think it's oh goodness, what's his name? Chris. We Love Comics. I think he always makes the point to say, hey, just be sure to ship this in this way and this way and the other. He said some people take offense to that, but don't ever assume that these people, just because they're selling comic books online, that they know anything about comic books.
Yeah. If it's raw books, I always look to see if they're a seller of comics or not. If they're a seller of comics, then I'm not that worried. But if there's like 2 comics and I bought half of that, everything else is like, Cupid dolls or something.
Right.
Okay, I'm gonna say something. Yeah, got to watch out in that case.
Yep.
But yeah, does Mastodon? Do you have a channel and do stuff, right? I can't remember. I think I'm getting confused with someone else. But anyway, I know some of you might be at work or something, but I'm gonna drop the link again here in the chat. If anyone would like to join, and of course, Southern, you feel free to stay on as long, or whenever you had to go, just let me know.
Yeah, I just happened to beep over after I got through my stream and noticed that you were going on, and saw the thing, so I decided to hop in there, but or hop in here rather, but yeah. So like I said, this was no reflection on you. This was on me as far as that goes, and the grade.
Yeah.
And so now that you tell me about the 9.2 on the Uncanny X-Men 266, I feel better about that too.
Yeah, man, I was telling them before you jumped on, I know how that feels when you're thinking this, and then you get this. It's like, right there.
Oh man, that Wolverine origin with the third claw. Oh, that was a gut kick when I got that. I mean,
I didn't even see that one, man. I just did it back from your live to see the books that I sold you, and then that's it. So what third? Okay, the third claw is the super expensive one.
Yeah, that's right. And so
I know you thought it was what?
All day, either a 9.4 or 9.6, and I was crossing my fingers on the 8.
And what did they give you? What's the reason?
Color rub on the back. But dude, I mean, I pulled this up, and you could determine that beside the staple was color rub, but I think it's part of the picture itself, because if you look at this picture, see how that black is like black and white, a little spotty or whatever?
Yeah.
You know how these I mean, it kind of goes all the way down that. I don't think that's color rub on that. I think that is part of the picture. Certainly a 9.2 or 9.4 at the least.
But now color rub, can they not clean that off if you get a press and clean?
No, I mean, yeah, I don't think they can put the color back because it's rubbed off, but I don't think it's rubbed at all.
It's not a rub off from another book that was on it. It's rubbed off of that book.
Right.
Okay.
That's what it says, but I mean, again, because the black and white, the way the picture looks, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. There's not a single spine tick on this, and I pulled it up, and they just said color rub on the back.
Well, I would either just let it be, or maybe crack it out and send it again. That way they don't know it's previously been graded, and who knows, you might get a 9, you might get a 9. I don't know.
I think I'm want to complain about it. I think I'm going to run it up the chain and see if they'll regrade it. And I might be totally off on it, but I just don't see that.
Looking through a camera, I can't really give you an opinion.
Right. Yeah, I might send you a video and send it to you on IG, and then let you look at it, because you can get a little closer with the iPhone video than you can with this computer one. But to see what you think, but man, that hurt all day long. But I was pleasantly surprised on some of the other ones that I had undergraded, and they bumped up. So
yeah. Well, I'm just worried about my. I've already come to terms with the fact it's going to take 8 months for those that got pressed and cleaned. But they have had one order in grading for almost a week. And I'm like, okay, you should have graded it by now. It's 3 books. I didn't get pressed or clean because they looked to be like possible 9/8s, but they all had a signature on them, and I paid to get the signature verified. So I'm just waiting for the verification and then them to send me the books. So I want to know why are they still in grading, man? That's
maybe they just click that button so that you can get off of their backs and give them another week or so to stall. Mastodon had a question for you on the
for you.
So if you are the original grader of the book, do you have to purchase the notes, or can you look at them on CGC account? So on CGC, they charge you. So if you are not the original person and you did not submit that through your account, so if you use a facilitator for CGC, it's under their account. Therefore, you have to pay for the grader's notes, even though you are the original owner of the book. Now, that's not the case with CBCS. You can go on their website and utilize the number that is below the grade right there, regardless of how many people the book has exchanged hands with, or who submitted it, and get it.
And if you have a smartphone, you don't even have to do that. On the back is a QR
code. They got a little scan thing right there.
So you can just scan
on PGX, they do the grader's notes on the back of the book. So that's another plus for them. But CGC, that's just I think it's $10 that you have to pay for grader's notes, which I think is a crock, especially when you're the person that submitted or the original owner. Oh, is it 5? Okay.
No comment on PGX. But yeah, the only
EGS. At least I didn't mention an EGS.
The only place that I know of that will charge you out of all the companies that we know is CGC.
Mm-hmm. That would be a fair. That would be a fair statement, and I don't have to mention PGX.
Yeah. Everyone else, you can get the notes somehow without having to pay.
Yeah. And I think there are more grading companies aside from those 4, counting EGS.
Yeah, there's also Halo, and there's another EGS that's the European grading service. Okay. But Halo, I think, is Australian. EGS,
okay, I've never seen anything from them.
Well, no one really uses them.
No.
Here in America, at least. I don't know about the other countries, but yeah, there's about, I think, 6 or 7 total different companies that I know of. Some of them, the name escapes me, but there's about 6 or 7 different ones. There's only 2 that actually matter, and 4 that actually people in the U.S. would know. And that's pretty much it.
So let's unpack what Big Will was saying. So there's 2 that in reselling your comic books that matter. Okay, so talking about resale value, CBCS and CGC are going to have the higher resale value. CGC being a little bit better than CBCS currently. But if you're just wanting to slab your books for encapsulating them for protection purposes, and you're really not as much worried about resale value, I think the other two are viable options.
Yeah, that would be CGC, CBCS. Say it. And EGS.
Yeah. EGS, they have interesting labels. They color coordinate it with the book, which is really cool looking. But
if you want to know more about EGS, Economics and Comics, Billy over there has a bunch of different videos where he's gotten labels and tested their grading out and stuff. I don't like their slabs at all. I mean, sorry, Tony, if you watch this. I mean, you seem like a great guy. I love what you're doing. More power to you. But I don't like the slabs because they're basically a comic skin with some modifications. And to seal it, there's like stickers on there that are like tamper seal stickers.
Right. So used to, they didn't have those tamper seal stickers on there. Used to, you could open it up, and then it's like, wait a minute, what is this? I mean, I can open it up and kill the book on the inside and put it back in there. And EGS is saying, or people buy would.
Yeah, well, some people want that ability, so they'll sell them to you without the stickers, or you can buy it sealed with the stickers. But if you know what you're doing, break out a hairdryer, you can get in there if you want.
Yeah,
they're very, very easy to get into. So
but I don't like the stickers. They basically cover the comic up on those stickers. They're like this, like my fingers. And so then they're covering up the picture of the comic. So I don't really like them.
Not that bad, but I mean, yeah, I would.
DF has a comment there. Okay. And, this is coming from a guy who sells a buttload of books. He sells more than me. I can't speak for Big Will, but he sells more than I do.
If the book matters a whole lot more than the company, it really doesn't matter which one of them you use of the two. But if it's a little less value, like a Hulk 181 and a 9.8, doesn't matter if you use CBCS or CGC. You're going to make money on that. But if it's like a Wolverine 1 from 2003, the second volume, you'll make a little more with CGC than you will CBCS because the book doesn't overpower the slab as much, basically.
That makes sense.
So basically, I'm saying DS is right. I agree with that.
Sorry, I'm having trouble understanding right now. Please try a little later.
So that's Big Brother watching you. I didn't even say her name, and she, for some reason, come alive.
Okay. So we're all going to have to communicate through code with Southern Comic Geek.
That's right. Eye winks and head nods and all that kind of stuff. So are you bored and bagging? Did you get some new comics in, or are you just prepping for tomorrow?
No, I'm literally just putting bags and boards together. I've got 1,000 that I ordered, and I've just been putting them together slowly. I got about 400, soon to be 500 in this long box, and I'm surprised. I thought I could get all 1,000 in one long box because there's no comics in them. That's not going to be possible. I'm going to have to go into my second long box here or just stop when I fill this one up with all these bags and boards I have. But yeah, man, I hate running out of bags and boards. And if you do a lot of buy, sell, and trading and stuff, you will go through them fast. And even if you don't do all that, if you just collect a lot of books like you do, you go through them fast. So I had to get a big number like 1,000 just to.
Yeah, so I make my son do those in large part, the 14-year-old. And so he's like, I just did a pack of these things. I was like, yeah. He's like, you done got that many comics? Yeah, pretty much.
Well, it's not necessarily that you got that many comics. It's that if if the bag and board is dirty when you get it, or if it doesn't have a bag and board, or if the bag is ripped and you might as well replace the board too. Or I mean, there's a lot of different things that make you say this needs a new bag and board.
So yeah, when I buy stuff, I typically change them out anyway because I only use Silver Age bags for my Silver Age down books. So
you do like me, you just buy silver, that way you're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've got a couple on hand for like the rare gold time I buy a Golden Age, but I mean, it's in large part silver always works for everything. So
yeah, that's why I only buy silver, but and resealable. I do the resealable bags, and I think everyone should because they're just better.
It's a lot neater. You don't have to worry about the dreaded tape pull, and all of us have been in that moment where we pulled the comic out and it got the tape on it.
You will accidentally set a book on the sticky part one time, and then you will never do that again. But yeah, man, it breaks my heart when I see these people on the auctions and stuff. They're like, well, let me show you the book, and then you see them open it up, and the tape's still hanging on there, and they just leave it hanging. Don't do nothing with it. I'm like in slow motion looking.
Yeah, taking that risk because
and it's like a Batman 181 and grade. It's like, are you insane?
What are you doing? You put gloves on, but you risk that tape sticking to the front cover?
Yes, tape is the enemy. Tape should die. That's why I don't. If I mail you a book, it will have little to no tape at all. So far, I have yet to see a situation where I had to add tape. When you get a Gemini from me, you'll cut the tape that holds the Gemini together, and then boom, the tension will release, and you can grab your books, no tape. And most of the time, the bags and boards will be resealable. Well, there's still no tape. But if you buy something like my 40/40 box, to save money, if the bag and board is not damaged or dirty, I'll use the one that I bought it in, which will almost always have the tape. And yeah, Jehu did that once, so he has sworn off the resealables because of it. Yeah, I think you learned the wrong lesson there.
Well, statistically, you're more likely to do that, pulling that out of the bag. And then some people, once they put it in the bag, they never pull it back out. And I get that too. So, I mean, it's a non-issue at that point. Yeah, Mastodon said he ordered Mylars in bulk because he only wants to do it once. I get you, man, but that's expensive. I got 6,000 comics sitting over there. So
yeah, I do plain. Most of my books are going to be sold at some point or slabbed. So I buy just the standard backing board that's only coated on the one side, and I buy resealable but standard polybag resealable, and they'll do just fine.
Yeah.
So that's how I do that, and I can always get matte Scotch tape off a book with absolutely no tears or wrinkles. Knock on wood. What you done messed up now by typing that. So next time you go up to the books, you're gonna have that one that gets the tape.
And so I used to have a copy of the Infinity Gauntlet 1 in my original collection, and that I did that with. And of course, when it tore it off, that's a black backed cover, so it's white. And so and every time I looked at that comic, I seen it go past the awesome art, go past all the implications with all the characters on there, past all that. There's one white speck where I remember pulling that tape off there, and it was horrible. It was horrible.
Yeah, well, I remember going to a cellar back in a convention in 2006, and I don't know when resealable bags made it on the scene, but I know at that time they were not widespread if they existed. And anyway, he would always get mad because I had not learned yet at the time, so I had taken the tape off, and I was holding the bag good, to make sure I didn't do anything, and I started to go in after the book, and he's like, "No!" Slaps my hand, takes the book and goes, "Tape is the enemy. Do you not know how much damage you can cause with tape?" I have tape. And I look over there. He has like a box filled with Scotch tape rolls. And he just takes that tape off, tapes it onto the garbage can to throw it away, and then gets a fresh piece of tape when I'm done looking at the book to seal it back up. Yeah.
That's what I do. Now, used to, I had 2 pieces of tape, one on either side of the bag, because I like my stuff to be perfectly, like that. So now I do a horizontal 1 piece of tape in the center of the bag. So when I go to open it back up, almost inevitably that tape tears. So now I just always, so there's never no tape pull doing it that way. You have to scratch the extra pieces of tape off if that bothers you. But if I open up my comic, it's 2 or 3 times. It's not like every other week or something. So
or
you could do that. Yeah. And what I don't get is how I get stuff from people and they got the resealable bags, but they put tape on it and they don't tear the sticky off. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't. I've got that before too, and I'm like, are you retarded? I'm actually wanting to know because it's a resealable bag.
That's kind of the purpose of that, right?
Yeah.
So
I know.
Go ahead.
Crap. Oh yeah. When I did my pre-screen for CGC, apparently resealable bags are still not the norm. Apparently, because CGC received my books and the rejects that I got that they didn't get with the pre-screen and sent back to me, all the normal taped books, they put the book back in and taped it back up. But all the resealable ones, they had cut. They cut the bag open instead of opening it up.
I remember seeing that on your video.
Yeah, so they were all extra loose and could shoot out, and I don't know if you guys know this, but when you cut a bag and leave it there, your book can slide and it could also get itself caught on that and rip. So I was not happy with CGC. It's like, do you not understand that this is a resealable bag? You can open it up and put them back in.
Yeah, I know, right?
But yeah, they cut my bags, and I'm like, what the crap, man?
And so then they're sliding back and forth during shipping.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that when I saw you when they did that. I got typically when I sell a book, unless it's a high dollar book, I'm not putting these things in Mylar when I mail them out to people. So I'm putting them in used boards and bags that I didn't want anymore. They're not the prettiest things because I figured a lot of people are like me, they get the new thing. They're going to put it in their own board and bag when they get it. So I'm just going to use a recycled board and bag. But I never mail a raw book off without a board and bag. However, I have gotten books I ordered from this seller who sells on both YouTube and IG, but I'm not going to call their names because I'm a nice guy, even though he gave me the wrong book. And he mailed my books without boards and bags.
That's not acceptable, man. If you don't want to say a name, that's fine, but don't let that be why you don't. That's not acceptable, especially a community seller.
Yeah,
it's important.
And he sells frequently with high sellers. And he has his own IG stream that he sells on there too. And then, like I said, he put the wrong book in there. I said, I didn't order this one. I ordered another one. He said, well, I'll give you $1 off the next order. I'm going, well, that's assuming I'm never going to order from you again.
Yeah.
Luckily none of the books were damaged, but you're just taking, there's so many, I don't care if they're dollar books or not.
Yeah.
My dollar books get the same treatment, the $5, $10. Now, when they start getting higher up, I got the Mylars and that type of thing. But so Mastodon says, has anyone done reviews on the new CBCS cases? I'm sure there are some. If you watched my video from earlier where I was showing off my first CBCS order that I have used for them, I know Big Will has used them a lot more than I have because this was my first time. And there's really by process elimination, there was no other options but CBCS. But I really like the new cases. They are a huge upgrade in my mind from the previous ones, which were rather flimsy, easily to open on the side. These are much more in line with the CGC cases. CGC still has the better case in my estimation, but when they upgraded these, definitely a big deal there.
Yeah, I saw them at the show, but I have yet to receive any that have the new cases yet. So I can't give you an honest to goodness opinion just yet. But from what I have seen on other people's reviews and what I was able to touch and feel at the show, much better. Much better.
They used to put the stickers on the outside of this for the comic top. So now it's on the
outside, and they
would peel off.
Here you go. Here's the old one. I have one of the old CBCSs. So this is the old one. Let me do where they had the clips on it, and then it stopped, right here and left that space. And that is a sticker that is actually it's not on the outside. Actually, no. It may be on the outside, but look at how bad that sticker is. I don't think it's going to focus.
Yeah,
it doesn't go all the way. You still got these little big clips in the way, and then you go to Southerns.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. Look at that. Looks way better.
Way better.
This rivals CGC's the way they got their stuff on the top.
Yeah.
Let me get a CGC book and show you the difference between the two.
Oh yeah. So there's not too much difference. CGC does have that dip in the back, but again, he's the one that has them in hand. I have not received them in hand just yet.
So these are the CGC ones, and this is the CBCS ones. So very much in line with that. It's got the grade. There's a little extra writing on the CBCS one there. But the other difference, though, with these is, of course, this on the back here. Well, I'll get it right in a minute. CBCS, you can scan to get your grader's notes, as opposed with CGC. Yeah, give me $5. I'll give them to you. I think that CBCS, another good thing they could do, because it seems to be pretty popular, is those character deals. It seems like they're only doing Marvel ones. Hey,
yeah, maybe
you could deal with DC.
Yeah, they should get a deal with DC for CBCS, but their guy has already said that they don't plan on doing those at the moment. So probably not. But yeah, I like them. There's not that many books I would get it on though.
Right.
I have ordered 3 books total with a specialty label, and one of them has already come back and gone. No, I've ordered 4. I ordered the Avengers when they had the Avengers for an Avenger number 10. It's done been sold. I ordered the X-Men when I did the Claremont signing, and it was beautiful. It's already been sold. And then I have yet to get graded. They're impressing right now with an E-Rod, actually. I got the Wolverine for the Wolverine number 1 limited series, and then I did the Spider-Man New York City one for Amazing Spider-Man Annual number 16, first Monica Rambeau. I haven't got those back yet, though. But
What's going on? Who dat?
Yeah, who dat? He's packing and listening. Hey,
So
that's
talking
right.
about Monica Rambeau, wasn't she in the Wizard Vision trailer or WandaVision trailer?
Wouldn't who?
Monica Rambeau, wasn't she in the WandaVision trailer that just dropped?
I don't know if she was or not. I didn't see.
There's a scene where this black girl blasts through, and so I was reading somewhere that was her, And so I'm wondering if she got aged up with the whole Snap deal. You know how they said everybody aged up, and of course when we saw her was in the 90s when Captain Marvel took place. So she's going to be older now. I'm wondering if they're going to utilize the Avengers annual deal to get rid of Brie Larson and bring in Rogue. And then, of course, you can have two people pick up the mantle at that point of Captain Marvel, and that would be the Rambo and Kamala Khan. So,
well, let me. This is just a hangout. I don't plan on ever making money from this, so I'm just going to share my screen. We'll watch it right now. How about that?
Yeah, they're not going to demonetize you.
Yeah, I'm not even monetized. So let's go to this is good old Discovery Bay.
Yeah, who dat confirmed what I was saying. So she would be a young adult now, and so I'm thinking that is her. But we'll watch it and we'll see what.
Those of you that don't know, Discovery Bay is like the channel guide for the YouTube and Pop thing. This guy, just go to him and you can find everything else. See, we're already right here in the live playlist. He's already put us in. I didn't even ask him. I didn't even know I was doing this show.
Well, how he keeps up with it is anybody's guess.
I have no idea. But here he has the official trailer. So let me full screen this. And hold on a second. Is that? Let me full screen it here. Okay, let's just watch this. And we're looking, people, for Monica Rambeau.
It's towards the end of it.
This is our home now. I want us to fit in. Oh, this is gonna be a gas. Where did you two move from? How long have you been married, and why don't you have children yet? Our story.
I think what my wife means to say is that we moved. Moved from where? Married when? Damn it, why?
Oh, Arthur, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. We have to be.
Oh. Why would you think that?
Because you are. We are an unusual couple, you know.
Oh, I don't think that was ever in question.
Okay. I saw it. Okay.
And Huda just said he looked it up on IMDb and it's 100% her.
Oh, even better.
So if you got the first appearance of Monica Rambeau, I imagine that one's fixed to get specced up.
Oh yeah, I got a great deal on it because see, what you guys got to do when you go to a con or a show is don't just try and find a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Find out why the sellers are there. Because I found a seller. I don't know if you ran into him or not, but I found this seller who was selling just to get cash to buy his big books, his big grails like Golden Age and high grade copies of AF-15, the big books.
Yeah,
that's what he was going for. So he had all this other stuff that he was selling, not necessarily as a business, but just to get cash to do the other stuff. That's why he was there. So I got great prices on a bunch of Silver Age FF and other stuff, and I paid less than $20 for that annual 16 First Monica Rambeau, and it is, at worst case scenario, I'm thinking a 9.6.
Yeah, and the funny thing was, I just saw that book on IG yesterday, and I started to go ahead and pull the trigger. I'm going to try to remember who it was I saw was selling it because I'm fixing to get that book.
Yeah. So as the last time I looked, annual 16 was $500 and a 9.8. It should once we get to see more of Monica, it should at minimum, I would think, in 9.8 at least double.
Oh yeah.
And then, if I get a 9.8, woohoo! But like I said, worst case, I get a 9.6. Of course, I could be off. I sent it to Erod, see if he could work his magic. So, it might be a 9.4. But, if it doubles in 9.8, then 9.6, 9.4, down to 9.0, that's going to be a nice book to have. So, I'm glad I got that when I did at the price I did, because I was asking the guy when he sold me the whole limited series of Wolverine in a fairly decent grade, like 7.5 and up ish.
Mm-hmm.
And he sold the whole thing to me for $100. And that made me ask the question. And when I found that out, I was like, I want to look at everything. And I wound up spending like $400 with him buying stuff, including that annual.
Well, and like you were talking about, if you find out why they're there, what they're trying to sell, and once you perused, I like to peruse all the booths to kind of get a vibe first. But then when I find that booth that the guy's willing to work with you, wanting to sell some books at some decent prices, spend a bunch of money there. If you piecemeal your money out, you're not going to get as good of a deal. Yeah. So overall, let's say you had one book, he's got a good deal on these 5 books, but I can get a better deal on this one book at another place. I'd just rather buy 10 books and get a good deal on 9 of them and not so good of a deal on the one, versus piecemealing your money around, because then you're not getting a good deal. They're not wanting to work with you because they know you're just going around from shop to shop to get the best stuff at the cheapest price. But overall, they'll throw stuff in. You're not what's that guy's name? He's at several cons. Is that what you're talking about? You got that from? He's got like a New Yorker name.
No. You're thinking of Mario.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mario, I've seen him at Dragon Con. He's been to MegaCon. I haven't been to MegaCon. He's at our convention. I like Mario. He's a good guy. I bought from him many times. He actually gave me a discount because I'm a loyal customer at the convention. But no, I'm talking about this other guy. He was a red-headed, bearded fellow.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps you or not, but yeah, no. Mario, I bought from him too. Actually, a limited series from him. But no, he's not the guy I'm talking about. But more to your point is you got to make sure that you have the ability to lay down a decent stack of cash at one place. Because if all you have is, God bless everybody that makes it to a convention. I hope you have fun. But if you're there for books and you only bring like $40 or $50, you're not getting any super great deals. You might get some $10 books for $1, but that's that's not that great a deal, honestly. But if you can lay down a few hundred or and up, you can probably find yourself a decent deal by putting a lot together and not piecemealing out like he said.
Mm-hmm. And if you have the cash as opposed to the card, because what I did I went to a con earlier this year in Tupelo, and what I did at that con was I ran out of cash. And so I said, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll PayPal you friends and family right here. And it's the same deal, right? It's money in, money out, no fees. They say, cool. And we worked the deal that way. But they're just like everybody else. They're trying to get as much, as they can for it. And so,
I can second that. I literally had the same thing where this guy had a great deal on a Submariner 5, First Tiger Shark, and something else. And the dude wanted like $20. Or no, I think it was like $10 per book. And they're worth more than that. So he was willing to give a deal, and I ran out of cash. So I was like, hey, what if I PayPal you? And he goes, friends and family? I'm like, yeah. So I just PayPal'd him friends and family and was able to get the money that way. I just had to show on my phone that the check mark that I had paid his email address, and once he saw it, he was good to go. Yeah. But yeah, I usually spend I've never spent less than I think $1,000 at a convention. But that's because I go specifically to have fun and to get good deals on books. And to do that, I try and spend a little bit, to help get that deal. Because you might accidentally get a deal, but most of the time you're going to have to do it on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like when we went to the Huntsville Con, I walked away with a bunch of books, but largely it was the dollar books. But they even on those, they're like, hey, if you get more than just 10, we'll give you this discount. So
Yeah.
I was rummaging through all those, which by the way is no fun with a mask on. But I really didn't buy no big books there. I bought a couple, but first appearance of Jason Todd and a couple other things. But I didn't really buy a whole bunch of big books there. But there are some cons. When I went to Louisville last year, man, the big books was what I was hitting, and it just happened to fall that way. I really didn't have as much of the dollar stuff as what they had the big books.
Did you also notice at Huntsville that was like the first con in months that I knew of that actually happened. It was July 18th and 19th, and I don't think there had been a con since March.
So the last one I knew of was in February, and there might be other ones, smaller ones, but there was one Valentine's Day in Dallas, Texas. That's a big one that a lot of people attend.
It had been a while since these guys have been able to sell at conventions and shows and stuff. So everybody was talking about how the dealers were all making a butt ton of money and all. And the dealers were like, we're having to sell stuff at a discount, but man, we're selling a lot of that. They were happy. It was a great show.
Yeah. I was pleased with it. I mean, obviously it would have been bigger had it not been delayed and the whole COVID deal. But seeing as that I hadn't been seeing that we hadn't had a con in forever, it's like hallelujah,
Yeah. But man, yeah, I would have loved to have been. Of course, I had to putt around in a wheelchair during that convention. But had I been able to walk around and felt better, and had they had more of the people there that they had originally going to had, it would have been a lot better. But for all those negatives that it had to deal with Corona, I think it was a great con.
Yeah, I told the organizer of the con, I said, I appreciate you barreling through. And again, I know it's like Chris Claremont, he was doing it because obviously he's getting financial reward for it. But I said, I appreciate you, barreling through all this, rigmarole and making it work out, because I'm sure I can speak for a lot of other people that they hadn't had a con in forever. Everybody's ready to get out. I could imagine that there would be a market for somebody, and it's going to be in a southern state because all these other states, they still got their lockdown. If you could get a couple of creators together, you could do a con and make some money.
Yeah. Man, I just love how Chris Claremont was like, oh, Mastodon's gonna hop in. Well, I'll lay it down again then. The invite. But yeah, Claremont, man, that dude has no fear, and I love him for it. He was at our convention. He just, wore the mask and did, what everyone said. And then he went to CGC like the next week and did that private signing. He was one of the first for that. And the Mastodon has arrived.
What's up, fellas?
How's it going?
But anyway, yeah, man, that you're right. You just, especially you're gonna have to get one of these southern states. Get you some good old boys together. Get a couple creators like the fearless ones, Claremont and Crane for sure. And
Well, that's funny that you say that about Clayton Crane, because there was that whole rigmarole with him in Las Vegas that they were wanting him to wear a mask. He said, "I'm out of here." You wear a mask, like, "Oh, we're sorry, go back on you."
So, what's going on with Mastodon? I don't think I've ever done anything with you before.
No, I don't believe so either.
Yeah. No, I've seen. I mean,
We've been
I've
bouncing around in chat though.
Yeah. So, when's the last convention you went to?
Me, Baltimore last fall.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
So
So where are you at, like in the country? Are you up around Baltimore?
I'm in central Pennsylvania. I'm about a half an hour east of Penn State.
So you're still dealing with the more of the lockdown type stuff than we are then.
Kind of. They've been loosening up.
Yeah.
Everybody's starting to get that I don't give a shit attitude.
Yeah. Who that said it was Louisiana?
Yeah, he went to Wizard World. I'm
Yeah.
sure that's what we're talking about in January where I went. We were actually there at the same time. I didn't realize it at the time. I saw his video after I got back home, and I said, "Man, we were both there at the same time." But yeah, Jim Steranko, Neil Adams, a whole bunch of people were down there at that one.
Man, I don't know if it's going to be MegaCon or Heroes Con, but I'm going to go to one of them, as well as Huntsville and Dragon Con. As long as Atlanta's still in one piece and crap dies down finally, they moved your membership, which is your ticket, from this year Labor Day weekend to next year. So I've already got that one paid for. Huntsville, I'm going to do because it's right here. You know, it's local. So I'm going to do another one, either MegaCon or Heroes Con. I don't know which one I want to do. MegaCon has everybody on YouTube, but Heroes Con will probably have Neil Adams.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Steranko. I don't know if MegaCon will or not, but so I'm kind of pulled, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Steranko goes to Heroes Con because he was when I got him to sign my stuff. He was telling me, well, you know, if you're here for comics, that's the one you need to go to is Heroes Con.
I heard that.
So Hudat mentioned that Wizard World was a good con. It was a good con. I went to another good con at the end of last year, and it wasn't highly publicized that I saw. And I don't know, Hudat, if you went to that one, but it was in Covington, Louisiana. So right up the road, so to speak, from New Orleans. And Larry Hama was there. And I got him to sign a few books. And they had a good selection there. It was a toy and comic still. And so that one was pretty good. And a lot of these smaller cons that you really don't know about unless you're in the know and that kind of thing, those are the fun ones to go to because it's just laid back. It's all about comics, none of the cosplay stuff, you know, and all of the hype around that stuff. It's just, hey, let's go look at some comics and have some good times. And those are the fun ones.
Well, I can I'll put you in the know, Jason, when the Huntsville Comic Con comes back around because that one, when it first started, sucked like balls of a donkey that were sweaty. I mean, it was bad, but it finally got good. I wasn't able to stay very long, and I had no cash. I just wanted to see if it got better. Boy, did it get better. There was a small amount of vendors, but it was all comics, man. And they had like a bunch of good stuff. I mean, it's worth going back. In other words, I'll actually probably go back.
Well, and the Memphis Con is another good one, and I just found out that they canceled it this year. I was actually hoping they would hold out because it's not till October, well, next month now. Greg Capullo and a lot of big folks were going to be there, and yeah, I plan on going. Heroes Con was on my list this year, Jay Hood, until they canceled it. Hudat says, "Stop stalking me." Hudat, you might be stalking me. You know, I don't know. I mean, look, I know Hudat all the big deals. And so I'm trying to get right ahead of him. So before he can get those turtle books and so we can wheel and deal there.
Yeah. But yeah, next time the Huntsville Con goes on, I'll let you know. It's usually like I think you pay the parking and that's it.
Well, see, I didn't pay that because I was staying at that hotel.
Yeah. So no, I mean there's no ticket to buy. You just pay like $15, I think, or five or 15, and that's it.
Yeah, I paid for my ticket. I tell you what about that hotel. Interesting thing about Alabama rats. So at that hotel, which is a pretty nice hotel, I go up to throw some trash away, and I hear this rat. I mean, it sounds like somebody's in the bushes. I'm thinking somebody's fixing to jump out with a knife or a gun to take me down right before I finally get to go to a con after so long. So my heart skips a couple of beats, and out of the trash can, dude, my son, my 2-year-old, was right ahead of me. If he had been one step ahead, that rat would have came out on top of him. I don't know what would have happened if all that, but that rat was literally that big. I said, what in the world is this? It's a mutated rat. Man, it was crazy. But,
Well,
it was,
all you gotta do is go a mile in any direction, pretty much, or 2 miles, and you're in like a cotton field. I mean, it's Alabama you're talking about. We ain't that much more technological than Mississippi, so it ain't far, and there'll be a field somewhere where there's plenty of rats.
yeah. Hey, Kachoon's in here. Who dat was at that same one? Yeah, there was a couple of nice books. I didn't spend a lot because I was going to GalaxyCon. Hey, Kachoon, if you can check that out with the Moon Knight. First solo
Nice.
Moon Knight right there. A little 7-0. Kachoon does a lot of cosplay and stuff. But yeah, that toy convention down there in Covington, it was nice. Larry Holland was nice to meet. I was going in with low expectations. So they definitely went above that.
Yeah. So I got to figure out when do you think they'll actually start giving out guest lists for Heroes or MegaCon? Like, when are they going to actively try and advertise it again? Or because at what point are we like, okay, we're good to go? Let's start, getting people.
Well, I know some of the people that were committed this year have already committed to next year. Now, I don't know if on their website or whether or not they've segregated those people out to say, okay, these people are definitely on there. These people might or might not be next year. But it'd be interesting to know.
That's what they did with Baltimore.
Yeah. Well, Baltimore was the con last year that you said you went to Baltimore last year, right?
Right.
Yeah. So last year I wanted to go to Baltimore because Carol Swinney was there. You know who I'm talking about? He was. Yep, there you go. So it's Big Bird, Oscar the Grouch. So Carol Spinney. I said Swinney. Spinney.
Carol Spinney. Yeah, Big Bird.
And so he was at that con, and he was supposed to be at Louisville, which was like a couple of weeks later. Louisville, he canceled. So Baltimore was the last con he did because he was facing some kind of spine deal he was working with. He was 80 plus years old, and he died. So when I was in Louisville, I met Steve. The guy that took Jim Henson's place for Kermit until here recently. I'll think about his name. I'm not trying to, but anyway, his agent was there, and he said, well, hey, Carol's one of my customers as well. If you want to send me what you want to get him to sign, I'll get him to sign it. Well, I never got the chance because he died, shortly thereafter. So, but that's the kind of the fun thing about going to these cons. And me personally, I don't like the whole sending it off CGC deal because it takes the personalization out of it. But I like getting to meet the creators and talking it up with them and, having a good time. They love talking their craft, and I like talking about it. Hearing them talk, like Jim Steranko, he'll sit there and talk your head off, and he's got a million stories because he's been around the block forever.
You don't even have to start a conversation or say anything.
He'll initiate it, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
I the best interaction I've ever had with a creator. And by the way, keep in mind, I'm totally fine with the CGC thing because I don't like signed books. If you see me get something signed, it's because I'm selling it at some point. But I my favorite interaction with a creator was Fabian Nicieza.
Mm-hmm.
Deadpool. He did the Cable and Deadpool and all that stuff. He is awesome.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. So did he tell you the story about all his New Mutants 98s? So the way he told me the story was he had a long box full of New Mutants 98. And of course, that's the first appearance of Deadpool, which is now a bigger book. And Marvel had given him all these books, and he had put them in storage down in his basement. His basement flooded, and it ruined all full of New Mutants 98s. And he was telling the story, and we were feeling it for him. It's like, oh, because that hurts your feelings. Those are pretty big books.
No, yeah, I got the chance to meet him at East Coast Comic Con in 2017, and it was kind of the highlight of it because X-Force 5 is the first book I ever read.
Oh,
and
wow!
I told him that, and he said when I laid it down for him to sign, he's like, "Oh, I hated this story." I was like, "That's the first book I ever read." He's like, "I'm so sorry," he says. But I don't. It must have been something about the story that he didn't care for, and so.
Yeah, wow. So is that the one with the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants on the front cover?
Yeah. It's a white background in there on the cover. Yeah.
But yeah, so he's a nice guy. Of course, on the flip side, Rob Liefeld, not so much. He's a little high strung. Mr. Feet himself, but
I used to be a Liefeld apologist, but
well, he's a nice enough guy. I've actually exchanged emails with him before. He's a nice enough guy. He's very high strung, so I kind of maybe give him a little buy for that. But
right.
Whatever. But Greg Capullo, Scott Snyder were all nice. I've never really had a really bad experience. I've had some people that I kind of maybe said maybe I caught them on a bad day. Donnie Cates being one of them.
But I hear that about Donnie Cates.
Well, all the girls that had their what's hanging out, he didn't mind talking to them, but here this little guy shows up. He's like, okay, take the book, get out of here. So Jay Hood says that he was an after hours suite with Claremont and a few other creators attending. That's pretty cool.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, so I was talking to Claremont at breakfast. So I was sitting there. I was at the table next to him, and I was videoing him and stuff. And so when I got up to get him to sign the stuff, I said, "Did you feel me stalking you?" Not in the same way that I stalk Houdat. I'm just trying to, man.
You be careful. Don't put the cuffs on.
Can sniff the deal. So, man, I had to
He'll cuff you and stuff you, like my father-in-law used to say.
I knew it, Don. Naming all the places I've been at, and I'm like,
excuse me?
Hey, we're not that far from each other, so it's easy to cross paths.
Right.
Ooh, look at that.
I'm sending these off to get pressed and clean and graded.
Nice.
So does Erod or Strictly do your press?
I love that cover, that Shuri cover.
I'm actually going to send it to the comic book _pressing. So I'm going to send that. Yeah, this book has gotten super hyped. So I said, let me grade it and see what happens.
Yeah.
Now, didn't you just buy another copy of that last night on that auction?
No, I bid on one. I bid. They said if it goes $100, the whole run was already in there, and I'm throwing in that book. I said, "Ooh, I already have the whole run, but hey, I know what that book goes for."
Yeah.
I said, "I'll put the $100 down." Then people went a little crazy, and HG Law put $200. And I said, "Okay, fold."
He drops the hammer, man, and he'll just throw it out there. I'm like, man, I'm out.
Got the Black Widow. Got the Black Widow set going.
I just mailed out that same presser guy. I just mailed out some books to him for me, and he's going to submit them to CGC and CBC.
Yeah. I'm gonna try them out. NOLA Comics uses them. A few other people I know use them, so I'm gonna try them out.
Did you get?
Burke family. Use it.
Well, so you used the code, right? That Burke.
Well, I don't know if I can use the code with he does credits or whatever you want to call them.
Oh, okay.
The way you could buy pressing service ahead of time. And it for him, it makes sense. You know, he's getting money beforehand, but you're getting a discount.
Right.
So you can wait to send your books. So, you know, I bought like 15 press credits for like half the price. So if you have the money and you know you're gonna get stuff pressed and clean eventually and graded, you might as well just do that when he has it, you know.
Yeah. Sure.
But this is a hard book to find too. The America, I know her stuff's getting hot. That's the second print. I'm gonna send that off. I got the variant for the Black Widow.
Oh,
I love those colors.
First below or whatever her name is.
Yeah, I got that one. Then I got the Dynamic Forces, which are all like over $300 in 9/8, and these are candidates. And these are the big boys I'm sending them.
Mm-hmm.
7 Crane.
It's oh so pretty.
And then last one is Kanan. I'm trying to send my last Kanan in.
Okay.
So that's my little 8 books I'm sending them.
Yeah.
I
thought about sending that my Kanan in, but mine's not like, but maybe a 9.4, 9.6. So I didn't know if it'd be really worth it or not.
But I got some color rub or Spine 6.
Yeah, color rub.
Yeah, I checked this one. Checked both of them I had. They didn't have any color rub, so I'm like, fingers crossed. Yeah, that's the biggest deal with those books I've noticed.
Right on that back.
Yeah, and then Big Will made me do something. What I did with a couple of books because I saw their unboxing. I said, let me see if they got these damn digital codes in here.
Yeah, I don't ever think about that. Yeah.
That's the last thing I look at. I look at the front, the back, you know, in the inside, but I don't go flip through and say, hey, let me find the digital code. You know?
Yeah. No, we didn't think of it either, man. And another thing is that we are really good now, most of us in this community, about checking the front and the back of the book and actually taking it out. But we are still not that good at looking on the inside. Because I was on a private stream with Reggie because I bought one of his things to talk about cleaning. And I asked him, so what do you do about interior pages? And he's looked at me kind of funny. He's like, I don't think I've ever even thought about cleaning interior pages. They get dirty too. So you got to look at the whole book.
Hey, I've seen enough books with little kids pencil marking from doing homework. So I can guarantee if they did it on the outside, they got inside. They got inside multiplication as well.
So but you know, if it's not that big of a book, okay, take your risk on it. But yeah, you got to look at the front, the back cover, and the book's interior. There's more pages on the inside than there are a cover on the back and front. So,
let me show you a book. Talking about books, I can do an unboxing too. But let me show you this book. I got. All right.
I'll be right back, Will.
All right.
I got a book here, right here. This book was obviously not pressed or cleaned, but I don't know how in the world I got a 9.8. So let's see if I can show it off. I don't know if it's going to come off on screen. Where is the dent at? There's like a significant dent in this book. Oh, here it is. Let's see if we can get it to focus. You kind of see where that where the girl's hair. You see that's a girl. And you see kind of like a little, like it looks like a little dip. You see that dip?
That's a bad dent.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would think that would be 9.4. Good Lord, 9. Hey.
It would. I'll tell you like this. It would be a 9.4 because I had a book something similar like that, but it had like the little dent over here on the spine, right? And I didn't press it, so I crack it, I repress it, and it came back at 9.8. So
hey, I got something to show you. since you showed that, check
But
this
I'm not
out.
gonna mess with it, honestly.
Check this out. Black Science 198, right?
hmm
98, great. But look at here. The back on the spine. Do you see that rub?
Is that ink or is that color rub? That's color rub?
Yeah, it's something. It's color
I
rub.
saw it. You didn't have to get that close. I saw it.
Yeah, but that's not all. Look at here, top corner.
Oh,
Can you see that?
yeah, it's a ding. Yeah.
It's like a little ding, like somebody dropped it, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah. Apparently, this was pressed and cleaned by CCS.
And then they dropped it after they were done. They said, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, you got a 9.8 that shouldn't be of that book. I can raise you a Black Science.
I got. Hey, you want to see a video that's even like? Well, we're just showing stuff like these are little problems, but Strictly Comics did unboxing, showed off some books that he pressed for some customers, and he gets permission before he does it. He's saying they watch it and see the grades because nobody knows the grades. So
Yeah.
2 books I remember specifically. I remember the Ultimate Fallout 4. Well, I actually don't remember 2. I remember that one really because the difference between the 9.6 and the 9.8 is like $700, like $600-$700.
Yeah.
So he shows the book. He gets a 9.8, and he says, "I can't believe it got a 9.8." He shows the back. It was a spine tick so big. he's like, "Yeah, I thought this would get a 9.6, nothing bigger, but he's like, "Yeah, I got a 9.8." And the guy was like, "Well, I'm going to sell that immediately, I guess."
I'm too honest, man. I
Oh God.
I will never sell this because someone's going to get it and complain about I tampered or something. They're going to say something. So I can never sell that. That would be,
I can tell you that book. Yeah, I can tell you that book. If you did crack and press it, it will get a 9.8. That's the only issue. There's no color breaks, no ticks, nothing else wrong with it. It just looked like somebody grabbed the book, or they might have put it in the holder too hard. Who knows? But there's nothing else wrong with that book, which is surprisingly, how it looks. But
now I will tell you the worst. Mistakes happen. You do over 5 million books like CGC, you're going to have to ASM 4s and Black Science 1s. I understand that, but the worst thing I ever unboxed, and this is the reason I don't speak their name, Jason. The worst unbox I ever had was PGX. I got 10 books back. 9 of them had something wrong. And what I mean by something wrong is I had a few books that were graded at like a 6.0, but in reality they were like a big difference like that. And another problem I had was a lot of them had the wrong publisher printed on the label, and some of them had the wrong information. But the worst one of all, if you go down and look at my very first ever video on YouTube, you'll see it. They sent me a Daredevil 77.
Oh, I remember that. It had the
That's
wrong
it.
label. Huh?
That said it was from 1987. They misspelled appearance on it, and also said it was published by DC.
I remember that.
Wow.
I remember that video.
So I sent it to Comic Tom because he could show it off to more people. So it's in 2 different videos because he didn't even notice the DC part. So in the next video after that one that they released, he brings it back to the table to show everyone. But yeah, the wrong date by like 15 years, wrong publisher, and it had Spider-Man on the cover. There was a Spider-Man appearance in that Daredevil book, and they misspell appearance. I mean, come on.
Terrible.
All of them have bad days. Sometimes
That's
they work
Chris's grading company, though.
Yeah, if that had been that would have been awesome.
I'm not involved with what you just used. I'm not involved with that.
Awesome book had it only
You don't have to say that.
I would have kept it as like a hey, check this out. But that was one order. 9 of my 10 had something like that wrong.
Oh wow.
So yeah, that's why I swore off PGX. I mean, I'm not going to knock you for using them if you choose to, but I will never use them again.
Large part, the reason why I used them was because I hated those pink labels that CBCS did, and I was sending in stuff I wanted signature verified. So it wasn't like a preference. I mean, they are a little bit cheaper, but after the hair ordeal, I mean, they did fix the hair ordeal where I had a hair in my slab, but they did.
I seen a CGC one with a bug in it.
Yeah.
Well,
And then and I told people, I said, well, they are in Florida, so it's
Now,
not like they're in a spot where no bugs are at.
Exactly.
I never used PGX for the signature. And the reason why is I called them and asked, how do you know it's a good signature? And he didn't tell me they used a program. He didn't tell me that they do anything special with the book. What he told me was, we know them. We know the creators. We know their signature. I'm like, okay. And that was his explanation to me. Now, you look at CBCS, they use Beckett, and Beckett has, they have computer programs as well as actual people who are trained to look to see if that's live. You know, have you guys ever seen Pawn Stars?
Mm-hmm.
Have you
I used to watch it all the time.
To look at signatures that
Yeah, you're talking about the guy who works for PSA?
Yeah.
I think he works for PSA.
He now works for Beckett. He's the guy that does their signatures.
He got, yeah. All right, yeah, because he's very thorough.
Yeah.
And he brings that magnifying glass, and he brings a whole bunch of signatures to compare.
Looking at your books and people he trains. So, yes, they have a computer program, but it's an actual trained person looking at your signature too. Why do you think it costs so that much?
That might be why I haven't seen him on the show in a while. So that might be.
But yeah, so that also turned me off of them. So I mean, I will be honest though, they have a better slab than EGS, and their slab and their label, I admit PGX is better than CBCS's old label, and CBCS their label is as good or better than CBCS's label now, and their slab is better than CBCS's old slab. It's not better than the new one. So I mean, yeah, they get pluses, but I'm just not going to use it. Feel free.
My thing with PGX, the only other thing, like I said, pretty much my grading experience with them has been pretty much spot on with what I felt like the grades were at. The big to do is a lot of the books that I asked them to press and clean. My question is whether they press or clean them or not, because I'm not full disclosure, I am not a presser, I am not a cleaner, and therefore I might have believe that things should be done more than what they're capable of being done. However, there were some dents that looked like they could have been taken out by a good press. Should have been. Were they grading it based on what it would have been without those dents there, but didn't really do a good job pressing? I don't know.
Well, hey, of all the things you may or may not feel like saying against PGX, you cannot say they're slow, and you cannot say they're expensive.
Yeah, compared to the other two.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. You never know with CGC though. Send them something, it could take a week, and then all of a sudden it take them 2-3 months.
Yeah.
I remember Erod sent some books for me, and as soon as they received them, within a week, they were like in the grading, or they were like, they were like in the final process. And I was like, Jesus, I'm gonna get these books back faster than it was to get them pressed.
Yeah, you just never know, man. My problem is, you can find pressers like Erod who will press and clean your books at an excellent price, but everyone's going to them now because they're getting fed up with 8 months for CBCS and CBCS horror stories. So now Erod's at like 5, 6, 7 weeks. So I'm pretty much fed up to where I bought a cleaning kit from Reggie. I'm going to try and learn how to clean, and I'm going to eventually, I think, try and learn how to press out of necessity.
Yeah. So do
A
you
lot
think
of the guys tell me that's the longest process is cleaning. So if you're able to clean and you send it to a presser, they can get you in and out quick because they ain't got to do no cleaning.
Yeah,
You know, they said the pressing part is easy. I was talking to Strictly about it the other day. He said that cleaning could take hours. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd rather take a 4 hours round trip for a book and send it off the next day rather than it take them 4 hours to do the book round trip plus the 4 or 5 weeks waiting in line to get to it.
Well, I know that guy, the comic book presser, he has 2 weeks. He said 10 to 14 days. I was like,
it's pretty good.
I was like, that's really good.
You know, I don't know why CGC, since the presser they use is not them. I don't know why they don't get authorized pressers like they have authorized facilitators, right? What's the difference that you could say, hey, I'm going to get an authorized facilitator to watch my signature. Then I've got the authorized people that press my books, and I can still gain a yellow label with CGC.
And all I got to do is charge a little more.
Yeah.
Well, you're still left with the same problem, though, of the time that it would take.
Oh yeah, you have that. I mean, it should speed things up and gives people more options, because the option CGC has is garbage. I mean, they tore the cover off the front of my book, and besides, it took forever for them to even send it back to me.
Yeah. And they either didn't do a good job here, or I'm pretty sure it just never saw the pressing room.
Yeah. Well, what they did, they gave that to you because they felt sorry for you, you know. So
Yeah, so I think overall the best solution is if you can do it yourself. So that's what I'm going to try to do. But right now, I've got Erod. I used Jimmy for one book, but it's either being held hostage by the post office or something's up with CGC. I got to get with Jimmy, the geek aficionado, to figure out what's going on there. But I haven't used Strictly yet. I hear he's good. And I haven't used the comic book pressing that Burke endorses, because I messaged them and his response kind of rubbed me the wrong way. That may just be me, but I'm just not even going to bother.
I'll shake my head no. I'm not gonna say much, but I'll shake my head no. I would say this though. It was a lot of when I text him, I said I hate texting people you really don't know, because they don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, they don't know how to take you. Yeah.
So it's easier to text people I've talked to, I've been on YouTube with, or have conversations with. But when you're first communicating with somebody, they don't really understand what you're meaning.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what I noticed with him. And I had to tell us, like, look, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying 100%. This is what I mean.
I should probably give him a second chance, but I just thought, yeah, it's good. I haven't even tried Strictly, and I'm also going to try and do things myself. So.
Well,
Strictly's not bad. He does 4 books and he does one free. He's doing it for the rest of the year. And then he said he's probably not going to be doing that anymore. But he presses 4 books and you get one free.
Huh. Talking about the presser guy, I kind of had the same kind of experience with him. And then so he kind of aggravated with me where we're going back and forth on how we need to do this and how we need to do that, because I was submitting stuff under my CGC account so I can look at the grader's notes. And then originally he had already figured up him submitting it under his. And then he's like, I just sit there and done all this math for nothing or whatever. And I'm like, really? I'm fixing to let you charge my card $400 for pressing services and for the CBCS stuff, because I just let him do it through his account.
The message I
sent. Yeah, that's what I say. I think it was a lot of I think he misinterprets a lot of stuff you type.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's ambiguous. You can read stuff into text that you don't really catch.
That's not even there.
The message I sent was basically he has a thing about getting rid of water stains or something, a process he does on his website. So I'm like, what's this about water stains? I didn't know that was possible, and I hate having to, wait and everything. So how long are you? How much do you cost and all that? And his response was, how about a hello before we come out guns blazing?
I didn't call him my vendor number. I'm calling to get my guy's
It's like we're not sleeping together.
My response after that was, nope. Well, I know he's a great guy, but I think there is just some an issue with the texting, apparently, like Hudat said.
Yeah, I think it's an issue. That's why I said that. I was like, I think I was trying to hint that you probably should. If somebody message you about something, give them a number and say, "Hey, call me and we can talk at this time or something."
Yeah.
Because once you hear somebody's
Right.
voice, you hear their concerns and questions instead of just reading it, then you understand what's the deal. What's the deal? So it's kind of.
Another thing is you got to realize if you're offering, like a business as a service, keep in mind that other people are potential customers. They don't want to be your friend. They want to pay for a service, and you provide them the service. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny. Yeah.
But yeah, so that I laughed out loud the first time I read it myself.
I would have too. That's freaking hilarious. How about a hello first?
Well, I know Hack has used that guy before, and he was, pun intended, hacked off because he sent in Malibu. Which one is it? The first appearance of Spawn?
Malibu's 13 or something.
Yeah, that one right there. And he's like, I know this looks exactly the same way it did when I sent it to him, and he didn't do nothing. And he said, I text him or message him and said, man, you didn't do nothing to my book, blah, 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 blah. And the other guy was saying, have a blessed day. He said, that just made me even madder.
Well, I mean, in the guy's defense, what are you going to say to someone who's irate and talking that you didn't do? What else can you say?
Yeah, you just try to calm him.
I probably would have said the same thing though. You have a blessed day. I mean, I'm from the South. I probably would have said that.
Yeah. Well, that's
because hey, I don't know what else to say, man.
Yeah,
I could go back and forth with you.
Yeah, that could be part of the problem too. Is wait a minute, no, that's not part of the problem. Isn't Hack California?
He's in Oregon.
Oregon, close enough. He don't come from the land of cotton like 3 out of 4 of us do. So that ain't the issue. Actually, I started to say it might just.
So why
be
are you singling Mastodon out, man?
Say what?
Hey, look.
We got caught
So
up
one
here,
time,
man.
We got caught up here.
It's because you got a longer growing season.
So one time me, Big Will, and BLC were on a thing, and he said, unlike them northern people, and BLC was like, what?
Yeah, and he's from my state too. Well, you guys get Pennsylvanians well.
I think there are just clear differences, and sometimes
Talk about
Oh, my
northern
God.
states.
Hey, but to talk about that guy, I'm gonna give him a try.
Yeah,
He
me
does a
too.
great job. I'll give him more business.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't like to. I like to try to give everybody business, especially if they treat me good. They do a good job.
Yeah.
I'll try to give everybody a little business. So I mean, I got 4 people I use for pressing, and they all are busy. So I just do it. That just depends on what books I want to get faster and what books I didn't. E-Ride got really backed up, I think, recent. And I got my books in right before that happened.
I got my
and then I told him, I said, hey, I'm sending more books since I'm online in line. So I don't want to, wait. So it's like, but he got really backed up, and then he got another, I think it was 2 machines, something like that. So he's like back, I guess back at it, going full force. But then Strictly just got a couple more machines as well, I think. So they're spending the money to get quicker. I have to give them credit, give all of the guys credit. They're spending money to get quicker. So,
Yeah.
How many weeks was he out when you sent yours? Because he told me 5 weeks when I sent mine.
3 to 4.
Okay.
3 to 4. So, and that was before he got the new machine. So, yeah. So I mean, obviously, I think it would probably decrease by at least a week.
I'm hoping sometime this month I'll be getting a message from him to say, hey, I'm done with these.
Yeah, I know. I'll have to pay him this week sometime because he's working on my last little batch, and then I'll have like 23 books to unbox.
20. Good Lord.
Yeah, I got like I should say it's 22. One of them is going to be in Silver Age tier because he messaged me. He goes, this book is going to be in a different tier. I said it's Avengers 8. I don't care. Get it? I'm like, I didn't really say it like that, but I'm like, it's an Avengers 8. He just announced Krang. Send him in.
Who don't mess with the small stuff. This is a guy that's in the exclusive club for TMNT 1, and so he deals with big books. So.
Well, there's a whole story behind the TMNT. That was so. This is it. Well, this is before it all went crazy. TMNT has gone crazy in the last 6 months, maybe to a year. Probably less than a year. I would say 6 months because of COVID. So the last 6 months is going crazy. I got that, and not last Wizard World, but the Wizard World before that. So that was 20. Wait, did I get 2019 or 2018? I'd have to look at the picture on IG. So I go into Wizard World. It was Reese Rare Comics. Love the guys. The sons that kind of running it now for the dad. They're roughly around my age. So you kind of have that connection when somebody's close to your age. You can kind of talk to them, talk about this, talk about that. So I bought some stuff from them way in the past. Had good rapport with them. So I told him I always tell him every year when they come, because he used to come down here. It's New Orleans, food, drinks, and it's January and it might be like 70 degrees. So, so they always used to come. So eventually every year I would say, hey, whenever you get a Turtles one, let me know. You got a Turtles one? So I always bring some books just in case. So that year, a month before the convention, I decided to sell a book that a lot of other people would be like, I shouldn't say sell it. Let's say waffle. I decided to waffle a book that other people would be like, that's insane. Why would you get rid of that book? Amazing Fantasy 15. It was a 1.0, had tape all on the spine. It was a 1.0. It wasn't, it wasn't gonna get any better. So I saw the peak, I saw the height of the AF-15. Prices going like this. The turtle prices were going like this. No trek up, just, and some of them kind of dipped. With them going like the little even track, people were giving you deals on it. You're like, oh man, I want 10 for it, but if you give me 8, I'll take it. Because nobody was buying it. Turtle collectors, once you get the book you're after, you don't go and get another one. So you're like, oh, I'm good. I got that book already. It's a great book. Yeah. And you're like, just move on. So you're
going to upgrade.
Yeah, well, basically, I ended up upgrading because when I waffled off the AF-15 that I actually won in a waffle, I said, I'm going to save that money, and then when the Turtles book comes available, I'm going to get it. A month later, they go there, I'm looking around. I said, man, that's a nice Journey to Mystery 83. It was CBCS. I said, man, how? And I worked it down. I got them down like $1,000 on that book. And I look up, the Turtles look way at the top. I'm like, oh, why you tell me you had a Turtles one? He said, oh, yeah, I got 2 of them. Got a 9.0 and a 9.6. And I looked and said, yeah, I can't afford the 9.6 double sign. You can put that down. I forgot how much they wanted. Compared now, it's probably 4 times that price. But I mean, I think they only wanted like 16,000. You know, which sounds like a lot back then, but like I think I would have sold it this year if I'd have had that book, because that's probably like 50,000. So I looked at it and said, man, that's, you know, dang, you want 1040? He said, yeah, man, I'll drop it down 9,500 because he's looking at the case. The case got all scratched up. It's like, I don't know, man. And I start to sweat. So when I started trying to get this in negotiation stuff, so I said, well, I got some books. You want to look at some books? He said, oh, yeah, man, I love looking at some books. I said, so I'm focusing on the Turtles one. He knows what I want because I've been telling him every year. So I show him the Fantastic Four 48. I had 2 of them. Yeah, I didn't pull out the CGC one. I said, I got the CBCS. And guess what? He gave me the same price that he would give us CGC.
We had just talked about that.
So yeah. I had that book on the table. Perfect. Then I pulled out another book that I actually bought from them maybe 2 years ago for a ridiculous price. It might have been more than 2 years ago, but it was a Tomb of Dracula 10, First Blade, 9.2, white pages. I bought that book from them for like $600.
Oh, wow.
That book had jumped up. This is before, you know, it's way before all the news and stuff. So, and it was selling for like $1,500 online. Now that was a GPA. He gave me $1,300 in trade. I said, yeah, this is gonna go. This is gonna go. Nobody gives you like 85% in trade. So that book was going. He gave me a good trade price on the Fantastic Four. I said, man, I gotta get it down. I said, oh no, what I said is, well, he gave me those 2, but I didn't need that much cash at that moment. I said, damn, I got a lot of cash still from the, you know, with the selling the AR-15. So I said, what about that Journey into Mystery? So I bundled both of those books up, traded those other 2 books, and gave him 9,000 cash, and I hurried and got out of there. Because I just PayPal'd him. I said, let me get out of here because I don't know. It's like I stole a book from him.
Is that the Journey? You talking about the first Thor?
Yeah.
Didn't you just sell that one too?
Yeah.
Because there was something to do with a guy on eBay or something stiffed you or something like that.
Well, yeah, the first time, and then somebody else paid me at least 40% more.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I saw the prices going up, and I said, damn. I said, why I got it at this lower price if a 2.5 is the same price? Mm-hmm. I just raised it up, and then somebody sent me an offer, and I said, oh, I'm going to sleep on it. Then I slept on it. He bought it at the price I was asking. He's like, he goes, I don't want to take any chances. So he just bought it now and paid it immediately while I was sleeping. I was like, oh, I guess I got to ship this book out. I was kind of sad at the moment because I was like, I put it at the I don't want to sell it price, and it sold. I was like, okay, I guess I can invest in other stuff now.
Yeah, when you put it at the I don't want to sell it price and somebody throws it up, all right.
Yeah, I was like, all right, but yeah, it was a crazy year when I got that book, and I couldn't believe, like I said, I traded 2 books that are awesome books. I love, like, I still have another Fantastic 48, but I would love to have another Tomb of Dracula, obviously, but you know, I would take that all day. You know, I'd take that all day. That was, you know, you can't do it now, that trade, but back then I'm happy I did it. I didn't say, I don't want to do it, you know.
Yeah, I just got Tomb of Dracula off to that presser guy. He's going to be pressing it before I submit it to CGC.
Mm-hmm. But that's why I always tell people when people say, "Oh man, I'll never get my Grail, like whatever their Grail is," mm-hmm. and then I ask, and I see stuff in their collection. I say, "Man, but you got a first Silver Surfer." I was like, "Oh, you got certain." Well, I use the example Robert Galvin. Robert Galvin loves Silver Surfer, right? Mm-hmm. And this is before he started selling anything. I said, Robert. I said, Mr. G. I said, you love Silver Surfer, right? He said, yeah, that's my favorite, blah, blah, blah. And I said, but you got these other books that's not your favorite. Get rid of the books that are not your favorite to get your favorite.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
I said, then you will feel, yes, you're going to feel a loss of books you don't want to sell, but guess what? you're gonna feel so much better because you got the book you really cherish, you really want.
Right.
Yeah.
I said that's how you get over the selling part. Like people who don't like to sell. I said, get rid of those books you don't love as much as this other book. So it is possible, you know.
Yeah.
So
Patience, sacrifice, and knowing how to handle your money. You can have any book you want. You can take the time and do those things. I love Wolverine. 181 is my grail, and I don't have it right now, but I have owned it 4 different times. So it's out there. I'll have it again. I'm not worried. All I got to do is get to the point where I'm willing to sacrifice and go after it and focus, and it will be mine.
Yeah. Well, and you can have anything you want. You just can't have everything you want. And so, I mean, that's what you and Hudat have both been saying is that, what do you want more? Do you
like,
Wolverine 1?
Like Barbarian Kung Fu has been working for the past 20 years on the first Amazing Spider-Man series, and he's not done.
Mm-hmm.
Reggie Collects worked on it for 2 years and completed the whole run, 1 through 800. The difference is the focus, willing to sacrifice and let go of other stuff for that one goal.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Ever since I've been kind of focused and like when I got that Turtles one, I said, you know what? I'm going to complete the volume 1 run. Stop procrastinating. Let me just do it. I've bought almost all books from somebody, a LCS, or because that's why I feel like those type of books. I don't want to get them off of eBay. I'd rather get them from somebody else, or get them from LCS, or get them from Con, and give the money that way. Yeah, I could complete the run because I only need about 5 left. I only need 5, and I'm like, I know I can probably get those 5 easily. I can get them right now.
Yeah,
be done on eBay. I don't feel right doing it since I've gotten every other one the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, I've got every other Turtles book the other way, just running in, seeing what they got. So, oh man, I found the last issue of Volume 1, which is the hardest one to find at the convention, and the guy was like, oh man, whatever the price he had on it. It's like a $40-$50 book, even in rough shape. Because it's the last issue of Volume 1.
Yeah, when I completed my Uncanny X-Men, that's what in large part I got them in person or from YouTube auction or IG, whatever. But some of them were bought off eBay. So once I completed it, I was like, okay, where do I go from here? And so I just felt like had I more organically collected that run, I would have felt better about it. To your point, if you're organically collecting that Turtles book, that if I'm on an auction and it shows up, boom, I'm going to buy it. Or if I show up at an LCS, I'm going to buy it. It's just more satisfaction to me that way because you have that thrill of the hunt that you, like you said, you can do it on eBay. Anybody can do that.
Yeah, you can
Question for both of you: what is the official first run of X-Men and Turtles? Like 1 through what is the official? That's the first run.
Oh, well, I know the Turtles one. I'm not the X-Men. I like X-Men a lot, but I'm not as persistent as somebody like my friend Uncanny
Turtles and him for X-Men.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I know the Turtles is 1. I think it's through 63. I'd have to double check.
It's 62 or 63. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 63. Or it might be 62. It's one of those two. I always forget those because it's like an odd number. It's not an odd number, but it's like it didn't end at 60 or 65 or it ended like
included in that, like Raphael, the one shots and all.
Those are not included in Volume 1. Those are like I guess you would call spin-offs or whatever you want to call those kind of offsprings of the books. But they're in that what you would call, like, if somebody's collecting Volume 1 of early Turtles, the Raphael one and Donatello, all those other ones, they're going to get those because that's in that same realm.
Yeah.
They don't specifically flow with the other ones, but you're not going to get a later issue of Turtles One with Casey Jones in it without getting his first appearance.
Okay, so Southern, what's X-Men?
544.
544.
Yeah. And that's not counting the annuals, but I mean, I've got all the annuals too. But yeah, I've got 1 through 5. So 544 is the first one. And then I think there's 20, like 21 in the second volume, and then about the same in the third volume, fourth volume, fifth volume. And then there's only a handful of annuals per those last ones, but there's 20 plus in the first one.
And in Turtles, I want to say I'm 90% sure they didn't really. I don't think they had any annuals.
I don't think so either.
Honestly, I think the first annual just got released maybe a month ago. The one that was on the current series. I think that's the first annual for the Turtles. I'm not like 90% sure because I remember when it came out and they kind of made it a big deal. Like this is the first annual. And I was like, oh, it really was, and you didn't really think about it when if you never got it, but
right,
because I think they always did the spin-offs, the micro series, what they like to call it. That might be,
I don't think anybody but Marvel and DC really do annuals. I don't know of any personally.
And those companies have waffled back and forth as to what they call them, and all that. Marvel, those first X-Men annuals were nothing but reprints of old comics. And so there weren't original stories. And then they started in the 90s, they started calling them by the year they came out. And so and some people, CLZ separates them out. Some people don't include them in their mindset.
Oh, we got Conan. What we got?
A little early Conan there.
That's the one Neil Adams went around.
So Barry Windsor Smith did the first few Conan. What issue did he go up to before they started drawing him a little more masculine?
That's more than I know.
Because Barry, he was a manly man. Don't get me wrong when BWS, drew him, but the other people that took over, and now that you see him in Savage Avengers and everywhere else, he's just like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Right. Non-realistically big.
Right. Yeah. I was like, nah, this is never happening.
Hey, just get Alex Ross on him, and you'll be fine. There you go.
Well, Alex Ross did some Conan's. Was that?
Yeah, he did so. Yeah. So
I'll tell you a Turtles book that if you could find it raw, it's already creeping up there, but a lot of people, I always tell people that Turtles collectors are kind of niche, meaning that LCSs don't really pay attention to it as much. So I've been telling people to get Turtles 51 if you can find it at an LCS. First Jenica. Book is like $100 book now.
yeah,
A few months ago it was a $20 book. But I guarantee a lot of LCSs still have it at a $20 book.
They probably do.
And I've just noticed that. I'm like, dude, that's insane. Like if you get a graded 9.8, you're talking about $300 to $400.
My only fear with that is that you're like one of the only. You and Burke are like some of the only TMNT guys I know. So you both already have it. So who am I going to sell it?
He can sell it to him. Sell it to him. He might not have it.
I don't have number 50 yet. But yeah, so because I'm going after the Mirage series right now. I don't like that many from if I'm just wanting one print, but they had several prints that had different covers. I think it'd be interesting to have them all. But of the early TMNT, but there's a lot of turtle collectors out there, people that grew up, watching turtles. The interesting thing to me about the Mirage Turtles, as opposed to, the cartoon, the cartoon growing up, is that it's much more adult themed than what the cartoon was. Right? I mean, the Turtles. If you read those early issues of Turtles, they're cussing, they're going into bars and drinking, and it was more about kind of spoofing superheroes than it was about establishing these characters in their mythos. And, the right person got a hold of it and made a cartoon and toy line, and the rest, as they say, is history. But I haven't really read anything but like the 90s, issue 90s, and then above TMNT to kind of definitively say how the IDW run's going. Hudak could probably elaborate a little bit more on that. But, is the IDW run more Hudak's got a little one in the background, so
she tried to trick me just now. She
But,
said, do I have to write my name? And she got like low. And I'm like, no, I know she said. I'm like, oh, yes, you do. Try to trick me.
But yeah, the IDW run, is it like the Mirage run in that it was a little more adult themed? Hudak?
I would say it's not as adult as the Mirage. How far have I gotten reading it? Because I'm actually gotten far behind on it. I'm like at 99. Yeah, I'm on 99. Because how I like to read it, I'm not like if I get one book, then I want to read the next one. Mm-hmm. So I usually let a few stack up, and then I just go read a whole bunch. And but it is more. It's not as cartoony as the Archie series.
Okay.
Definitely not. It's not even close to being a cartoon like the Archie series, which the one I kind of read when I was coming up because of the cartoon.
Right.
But it is. I would say teen. I would say it's more teen oriented up. So but teen oriented stuff in America, still people getting beat up pretty bad or killed. So
teen today is a little more than teen was back in the late 80s. When that came out.
Spider-Woman.
That first is that the first Siren there?
That's 37.
Yeah, I think that's Banshee's daughter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made the point to pick up all the first appearances of the X-Force, the people that appeared in X-Force later. That's issue 2. I guess it's Morgana Le Fay. I don't know.
Yeah, I got that in a mystery box or something. And I sold it. I wanted to keep my number 1, but I offered it up as a contract. Somebody took it. So.
I'm not familiar with
I got a question. Southern, have you read we read issue 1 of the original series, right?
Yeah.
That is the people who haven't read it, like he said, it is adult. Like I like every maybe so many months I flip through it, but I'm not gonna be able to do that anymore because I'm getting my 3rd print graded. Since they're selling for record prices. I'm like, I'll just settle with a 4th print or something.
Uh-huh.
But I'm flipping through. Every time I flip through it, I always laugh because I'm like, he wanted Shredder to kill himself. They throw him a sword and tell him to commit. I think it's Kuda Tas or whatever it's called. It's something. It's a Japanese word. Yeah, I know it's a Japanese word for suicide, like killing yourself, basically.
Yeah.
And like if you want honor, they say if you want honor, do that or whatever. That's what he told him. And he switched it on. I think he tries to kill one of the turtles. They flip him just like the movie. They flip him, and he goes in the trash or something. But on the book, they throw a grenade.
Yeah, Casey Jones didn't come and do it like he did in the movie. But the funny thing, I didn't realize that the movie had so many elements of the original series in it. But so where they Shredder comes back and attacks them, they go out in the country and Casey Jones, farm and stuff. I didn't realize that was all part of the books, but it is.
whatever.
Yeah.
But
the story with It's so funny. The story with Kevin Eastman is Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird is like they didn't think they would get through issue 1, so that's why they killed Shredder. And then after it was a success, they were like, "What do we do now? We killed the villain."
We gotta bring him back somehow.
It was kind of funny. I like hearing that story.
Well, it's funny because the second movie that came out, they didn't use weapons in that movie because they were so worried about kids getting weapons, and so
The first to the second movie is amazing how different it is. And the first movie wasn't. I'm foggy on the first movie because I haven't seen it as many times as the second. Because that's the first one I remember seeing, and then I've seen it multiple times. It wasn't as violent as by far, right? The first movie.
No, the first one was pretty violent. I mean, compared to kids shouldn't have been watching it. Like, that's why kids were getting stuff and like hitting each other. I mean, I remember hearing stories of kids taking like knives, thinking it was swords, and like I'm Leonardo, and they hit their brother, and like, oh crap, blood everywhere. That's why the second movie really didn't have as really weapon type stuff. You had them doing stuff, I think, but they really didn't. You see Michelangelo, I think a lot of times uses nunchucks, but it wasn't like the swords with Leo and
they pulled out the salami. Remember he was doing with the salami.
Yeah.
That's one of the best intros ever. Is the Turtle Stew? That whole intro, where you start in on to New York, everybody's eating the pizza, the music, and then that first big scene where they're fighting in that mall or whatever.
Well, you know that the Turtles movies were Jim Henson, and of course then he passed and so his sons, but that done the animatronic for all their mouths move and that kind of thing. And so I was on a chat with Two Brothers Comics one night. Dustin is a big Turtles fan. So we were talking, and then they were like, "Who's Jim Henson?" Who's Jim Henson? Not only do you not know who Jim Henson is, which is, can you do this? I mean, are you that young? And besides that, I mean, he's the one. His technology, his company is the one that did the Turtles movie that you so rave about.
Yeah. So have you ever looked up? Those original turtle suits that they sell and make the auction rounds, right? Have you ever seen those?
Yeah, they decayed a lot.
Yeah,
but they got a guy that makes them.
Yeah, but the original ones from the movies, though, the way with what they were made of, the way that they've aged and they pull back and everything, they look like freaking monsters.
Yeah, they do. Like turtle zombies,
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a guy who actually recreates them. If you're looking for Halloween costumes, and it's really good. It's not super expensive, but I mean, you get what you pay for it. But it's you won't break the bank, but it's not like it's going to be $50. I think the head costs a couple $100. So you can just get the head.
You've had a bunch of comments in the chat while we've been rambling on, Big Wheel. I don't know if you want to hit that.
We agree.
Hey, I'm going to have to bounce. Appreciate the invite. Nice seeing you guys, Who Dat, Mastodon, Big Wheel. And we'll catch you later in the chat somewhere, okay?
All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You take it easy.
Later.
Real quick,
See ya.
before you go, let me share this screen. This is the current state of, I believe, Donatello. That's right, the original suit. That's the original suit now. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
That's
the suit. That's the suit from if you see it really close, that's the suit from was it Turtles, the third one? I think it was Turtles in Time, I think, whatever it was.
Yeah.
The one that people say wasn't so good because of the little kind of So.
Yeah, there's
My wife
has
hates
none of its age. It's good night. There's a couple of nightmares.
The ooze didn't work too well on that one.
They have not aged well. for sure. But I'll catch y'all guys later. Thanks.
See you.
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah, I remember seeing like somebody shared it one time on Facebook, and I was just like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah. And I think you can repair them though. I saw a repaired Leonardo, I think, and they actually look pretty good still, as long as you get it restored.
Yeah. If you don't, it's just going to decay even more.
Yeah. MLB. Hey, MLB is the MVP. I think he's the only person that's been here the entire time, I think.
He's like, because he said, he goes, "Great discussion, guys. I'm glued to the phone."
So thanks. We're just,
I don't know if he was being sarcastic or he was being for real.
I don't know. All I know is you got to put 1,000 of these together. Why not do it live and talk with a friend?
I mean, that's all I'm doing. Just packing. I'm packing up a box. I need to put some more stuff in it just to make sure it's secure.
I did that one day on a whim, just putting books in Mylar.
Yeah. No, he was serious, apparently.
I think I had the most people in the chat that night that I've ever had.
Well, so I just got through sending stuff off that people had bought, like from eBay and stuff, through that, and I didn't put insurance on anything. But like I was telling Southern, that's on me if something happens.
Yeah.
At what point do you put insurance, or do you do it automatically every time, or do you just take the gamble?
That's a tough question, man. That's a tough question.
Because you do stuff valued at like $20 to $1,000 or more.
Honestly, if anything's 100 or less, I don't, because it comes with 50.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I'll just eat that up, other 50. You know what I mean? And then if it's people who bought from me before, like return people that, especially if they live like right in Texas or Florida, it's only gonna take 2 days to get to those. I've sent so much stuff to Texas and Florida, it's 2 days. So, I kind of go, and then that depends on where they live, what it is. An apartment complex, I'm going to put insurance on it just because I don't know how your apartment is run. I don't know if they're just going to leave it right where the mail is at, because I've seen horror stories. If you just leave it, or they're going to stuff it in a box, or what's going to happen with it, you know what I mean? So if it's apartment complex, New York, stuff like that, I'm definitely doing it. Certain people, I kind of take the chance, or I might do signature confirmation. If I'm sending books to get pressed or cleaned, or even to get graded, definitely 100%, 100%. But lately, especially with the post office, I actually been doing it more than not. I know of 2 things being lost in the mail, not from me, but from somebody else sending to other people. And one actually was coming to me, but it's hadn't moved since August 8th. So I would consider that a loss. But ever since I've noticed that, I kind of like, I've kind of been putting either right at or close to the, insurance. If it's like, something worth, $500, I might do $400. You know what I mean? Yeah. But it just depends on how I'm feeling. I guess it really depends.
I fall back on my my collectibles insurance on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, the only reason I did fall back on that when I first got it, and the reason why I'm kind of reverting back the other way is because I've actually been hearing people who have it or who used to have it. He said once you file a claim, you get kicked off.
Oh wow!
That doesn't seem to be a good business model. How?
I mean, I don't know. This is just what I've read in like little groups, the chats, discussions and stuff. So I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't called them to find out. Actually, I need to call them to renew my stuff in October. So, but yeah, I mean, that's just what I've heard, and I'm like, well, that kind of sucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I kind of was like, you know what? I'll definitely insure my stuff or very expensive stuff. But you know, certain things that's not too bad, I might not. You know what I mean?
The whole reason I don't do but like $2 when I send something in to be graded, unless it's under $5. But under $5, you're going to pay the same shipping no matter what, unless you need extra insurance. So that I max out the modern tier and the value tier to the full 200. But more than that, I just do $2 because they cover me while it's there. But I've never had to use them before. Like file a claim, I mean.
Yeah. Now, when it's my own stuff, I might not worry about it as much because like you said, the collector's insurance. It's just, and then there's certain different little tricks and trades I found out going to the post office as much to get them to do an automatic signature on insurance part is $501. So if you're kind of like, oh, I'm kind of concerned, but I don't want to. I don't want a $2,000 insurance, but I want to make sure they sign for it and have some insurance. You can do 501, then they have to sign for it.
Yeah,
you can't just leave it.
How much is the insurance? So I'm trying to learn pricing from the post office website. Is like trying to read. You're Australian or something. I mean, how much is the $501? Because at my post office, you have to do it in either $50 or $100 increments.
Okay. Well, mine they don't care. They don't care what increments I do it at. Which I shouldn't do it at 501 because the price is the same at 501 and at 550. So that's probably why they do it. The price is actually the same. I found that out not too long ago, but I know when I ship. If I'm shipping one slab, and I would say, and then you have to find out what tier, or like not tier, what zone you're shipping. That's another trick too, because if you're shipping to a certain zone, it might be cheaper when you think it might be more expensive, which is no, I don't have a smaller one, but if certain zones are different, like I know California zone, even though it's flying there, it's getting there fast, is more expensive than me shipping to New York.
That's probably because it's freaking California.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking it's just, I don't know. I really don't know what I was thinking, but it's different. I know the different zones matter. If I'm shipping one slab, I've got it down pat where I'm going to get the weighted box. I know how, I kind of got the routine down. I know how much bubble wrap and how much of the bubble mailers, because I'll try to get the free bubble mailers from them, which they're slacking on right now. I know how much I can put in there, especially, and I might get the shipping down under $15 than a medium would be, I've noticed I've been able to do that really good, shipping off a slab. So that kind of gives me a little leeway for insurance, or signature confirmation. If I'm able to ship a slab for $9, I don't mind paying $5 or $6 for insurance or signature confirmation because I was already charging $15 or $16. So I've done that. I do that a lot with the slabs, though. That's how I get away with the insurance. If I'm doing one slab, now when it gets tricky is when you do to the medium flat rate, because that's a set price. But I know signature confirmation is like $3 and something cents. That's always.
Yeah.
Insurance for a medium box for $250 is roughly the same price of signature confirmation. So it's around $3. And I always remember that because I just did that a few days ago. So it's just, I've done it so much that I know now that I don't do it like automatically digitally or the little printout stuff. It's almost like you just live and you learn. But you don't. I don't think you have to. Since you have the insurance, you don't have to. Yeah. But it comes with $50. So
most of the stuff I deal with winds up being $50 to $100. it's very rare that it's over 100. So I'm actually pretty good with the standard that it comes with, because most of the time, unless they just lose the package, which can happen, but is rare.
Yeah.
It's almost always going to be a partial refund. You have to do one unless the package is lost. Is because we're going to package well, so what's going to be the problem if it arrives there and there's an issue? It's probably going to be a partial one.
Yeah, and we've been only having this problems with the post office recently.
Yeah. Oh, I thought about maybe getting myself a FedEx or a UPS deal. The only problem with that is that unless they have a deal where they'll come pick your stuff up, I would have to travel into the city to drop off at the closest UPS store.
Oh yeah.
My post office is literally, right out the door.
The best bet, because you can set it up with your post office. Schedule a pickup time.
Yeah, I need a printer. I need a printer.
Yeah, I would say you get you a print. Like once I got a printer, I was like, oh, now I can do a lot more. You know what I mean? You don't have to leave the house. You can put them right there. Schedule the thing to say, all right, I got to pick up for all these packages, or you just meet them out there. Hey, here you go, take this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but it's I know you can schedule the pickups, because I know somebody who does it, who sell comics and stuff, and he does it once a week, and it's on a Saturday, and they come pick up a whole bunch of stuff at the house.
I've also thought about doing that, because I think everyone knows now by now. I'm trying to get this as a business started, and I think it'll really help me out saying I ship on this day.
Yeah, if you have one set day, then nobody can say anything.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, because I know this guy. Like I said, I buy from this guy in California. He ships always on Saturday. It's always. And this guy works for FedEx, so he could probably go through there, but he goes to the post office and just schedules a pickup.
Yeah. But let's see. $12 for 1,000. So it's basically $1.00 roughly, maybe give or take a few cents.
Well, I think they jump. Yeah, it's like I know it's like it goes straight to $3 even with $200. Because I literally just did that. Yeah. But I think he might be right after that effect. 400 might be 4. So it just goes up. But I don't really pay attention to it as much. I really don't. But once you get a printer, man, you'll save some money doing a printer too. Like once you do that.
Yeah.
You get those click and ship or whatever it's called.
Yeah. My biggest, the problem isn't necessarily packing the books. It's having to stack everything up, write the address for everyone, and then take it to the post office. If I get a printer, I know I can get rid of having to write it for everything, because there's ways to set all that crap up, especially through, eBay. That's really.
Oh yeah, eBay's really easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Print.
If I had a printer. So I do that scheduled pickup. I am, sitting pretty. I just focus on growing the channel and getting more books and being able to sell stuff.
And honestly, when you said that, made that announcement, I was watching it. Everybody should kind of think of their collection as a business. Mm-hmm. I mean, honestly, it's anything that has value. It should be considered similar to a business. You might not be doing it as a business, but it has tendencies like a business. If anything happens to any one of us, the collection, people got to know what to do with it. So it is a business, so
yeah,
it's just how you set it up, or if you have it set up with your family or whatever it is, but it is a business. It's just what you do with it. Depends on if you want to do it really, really as a business, like you're describing, or kind of what I'm doing or what other people are doing. You get this book, move that book to get another book. It's investment. Long-term investment, short-term investment, really doesn't matter. Because I always said this. I can say it's a business for me because the only books I really have 100% that I'm like I don't want to let go is it's only a few books. It's the Turtles collection, it's the Black Panther book, and I'm trying to think what else. And it might not be much else. Well, it might be. Well, actually, it might be all my Black Panther stuff because I have a good little Black Panther collection as well. But so maybe there's all the Black Panther stuff in the Turtles books. Everything else could go.
Yeah,
So to me, in my mind, that's a business.
I've already done that. I got stuff on eBay right now. I tried through the secret stash and whatnot, but the books that I'm offering up aren't books people chase. So I understand why they're not selling there, so they're on eBay. But I'm just getting rid of them because I've got the collection down to where what am I keeping? What is my collection? I want the first appearance on my favorite characters: Power Girl, Deadpool, Plastic Man, and X-23, and of course Wolverine. So that's going to be like 5-6 books there. And then if I'm going to have Hulk 180, 181, I got to get 182. And aside from that, it's just special books. Like I have my birthday book, V for Vendetta. I have the book that turned me into a Wolverine fan. That's a Wolverine 177. It's graded in a 9.8. And that's it. So I just got to work on getting those. And I do have the first Power Girl, but I got to upgrade it. It's an 8.5 now. I want to get a 9.8 because it's reasonable in a 9.8. The only thing I can't get in a 9.8 is Police Comics 1, First Plastic Man, and Wolverine 180.
Yeah.
I can't get a 9.8 unless I focus and spend a lot of time on it. And even at that, the 181's the only one that might one day happen. There's like no way to get a 9.8 Plastic Man.
I'm about to say yeah.
Because Police Comics from like 48.
You must be talking about going back in time in a time machine.
Yeah, that was just going to be a get it, and I now have it. I think I like 2 or 3.0 of that is like $4,000 or something.
It's not as much as it should be. I'll say it like that. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, it's not as much as it should be because not only is it first Plastic Man, it's the first human bomb. It's the first Phantom Lady.
I remember looking at that book one time before because I always joke about DC doesn't sell and all that stuff, but actually I like certain characters in DC.
Yeah.
And Plastic Man is actually one of them. And the reason why I liked him so much is I was reading, and so I read the Injustice Guys Among Us run. And he was awesome in that.
People don't know about Plastic Man is by far,
most powerful.
Aside from his weakness to cold, which is the same weakness of Mr. Fantastic, he is the most powerful character in DC.
Yes, he proved it in Injustice Guys Among Us.
Yeah, I know. Superman. I mean, again, except for the cold thing, but Superman has kryptonite. So except for that, he could probably take down Superman.
I know in the comic he did. I mean, he did in the comic, yeah.
I mean, those are the only ones that you could have a fighting chance of him losing. But everyone below them, Plastic Man will win.
It's like Plastic Man would lose to somebody you would think nobody should lose to if they're a superhero, which is Mr. Freeze. That's who he would lose to.
Yeah.
He's DC, so Captain Cold would be the one.
Oh, Mr. Freeze is DC.
Mr. Freeze is DC too. What am
Are you tired, Will? Are you tired?
You've been packing too much stuff.
Either one, but those will be the only guys that Mike could really take him on. And even if Superman threw him into space, there's still some time there. And all he has to do is thaw. It could be 1,000 years later. All he has to do is thaw, and he's back in action.
Yeah, it's funny. I just remember reading that run, and I was like, dude, this dude is awesome. When he was disguised as a bench, because he was, he formed into the bench. Yeah. I was like, oh my God.
And I like how his son has his powers. And in that run, I believe it was that Batman was just telling him all the things he was. And he was like a watch. He was the pizza box on top, third one down. It just kept changing into different stuff. And Plastic Man took down the Flash by just worming his way into his body.
Yeah. Yep. I was like, that's when I was like, that run was amazing, dude. Like,
Yeah.
I haven't read it ever since the first, I think it was like volume 2. After volume 2, I stopped reading it. But
That's
that
the
was,
that's one of-
yep, that's the Gold Balls,
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
who's very important to the X-Men now.
yeah.
I got that as a free book last Black Friday.
Nice. Yeah, it's true. You should have a dead man plan for the. Yep.
But it's fun. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
but I don't forget what's on DC, but yeah, DC's kind of funny though. It's like, yeah, it's the
You
DC
have to
reminds me
go
of like
older.
Turtle stuff.
Yeah.
You
You
know?
got to go Golden Age to get books that are like sell and are valuable. But I mean,
But
silver-
even then, even though when you have to sell them, those have to go to auction houses. you can't go to the comic shop and say, "Hey, I got this Tech 37." I'm like, what?
hey, I don't have this book listed and the ones I shouted off about what's going to be in my collection. But if I could ever afford to get it in any grade, just about, the book I want is Detective Comics 31.
Oh, is that the
That's the
classic
month.
cover?
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
cover where he's like, it's the one Neil Adams swiped and did a horrible job on, where he's like,
Mhm.
Batman is in the clouds, and there's the mansion on the hill and the hooded guy. Yeah, that's that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And funny
Neil
thing
Adams-
is, that one is like more expensive than I think Tech 28.
Last
So that's
sale that I saw was a 1.0, and it was about, I think, $8,000 or $10,000.
Another person bought that because the person who bought that, I think, got it conserved and turned it to a 1.8. Now it's worth more. Conserved in a 1.8 because he did it the right way. A lot of people don't realize that those Golden Age books, if you get them conserved, they'll be worth more than the Blue Label. Because the Golden Age community is a little niche. I know that somebody told me, it's like they don't mind conserve. They hate restoration. They don't mind conserve because in their mind, conserve mean they're make sure the book doesn't decay. You know, we don't want the book to vanish or whatever. You know, they're like, oh, we're conservative.
Restored for Golden Age collectors is like little Timmy, who's 12, wanted to make the colors right. But conserved is Timmy is now 45 and does a better job.
or you can say it like that, like what I was thinking something similar. It's like little Timmy did something now, but I was thinking about older Timmy, like conservatives, like older Timmy getting a knee replacement.
Yeah.
he's not getting Botox in his lips, but he's getting a knee replacement. Like, you know, he's not making the outside look pretty, he's making the interiors look good and make sure it lasts longer.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny though. It's good, but I mean, yeah, I know the guy who got that, man. It came a 1.8.
Yeah.
I was happy for him.
Man, I saw a 1.8. I think it was 1.8 with a facsimile cover. That it was it was a purple label, obviously, and it was selling for, I think, 5,000 of that issue. And I had a chance to get it, but I didn't have the cash, and I didn't try to get the cash, so I didn't. But man, that was like 3 years ago. If I had it now.
I had an opportunity about more than two, about 3 to 4 years ago. We'll say in that range. I might have been a little bit longer than that, but I would say at least 4 years, maybe more. I could have got a Turtles #1 9.4 for actually $1,000 more than I paid for mine. And so you do the math and you look at what a 9.4 is going for. You don't even have to just do the math and see what an 8.0 is going for, and then you be like, what the hell? Yeah. So yeah, I'm just like, man. But I didn't have the money. I had money tied up in books. And You know, it would have took me months before I could cume that. But that's why I kind of made it a goal. Like, especially when I got that. Now I'm just having fun. You know, I got my Grail. Just having fun, collecting, getting books, specking on stuff that I'm trying to really spec on. Not stuff that, you know, specking on movie or TV stuff, not really stuff you're reading. A lot of people spec on reading stuff, but you know.
Well, my big issue at the moment right now is I'm at the point to where I don't have free cash. I have cash that, you know, I'm waiting on stuff to get graded. I'm waiting on stuff to come back to sell to get cash. So I can't really get anything at the moment because there's no free cash. So I'm selling stuff. I'm selling stuff to try and get that free cash where I can actually do some things, you know?
Yeah.
And now I'm just waiting. I've got a pre-screen order, about 12 books at CBCS. I got that Scotty Young book. I've got the 361 going to CG, hopefully going to CGC. I've got all the stuff that's at E-Rods.
Yeah, I mean, I actually moved a couple books because I finally made a decision. And I got it when I made this. A lot of people, I know it's so funny. A lot of people been kind of, they might not want to admit it, but they're kind of like doing what I'm doing in a way, because you know, you do the auctions, they're fun. You give people some good deals. You don't. I haven't really lost. If I lost on a few things, but not many. I know on one hand I can count how many times I probably lost money on books. But I've noticed a different change and a different trend, and I'm saying, you know what? Nothing against the people. I mean, I would love to give somebody a book that might be worth $500, and I might only have 200 into it. I'd love to sell it to you for $350, but nobody wants to pay that. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just get them graded. They're easier to move graded. I want to say you have more eyes can get on it when it's graded. I can send it. They got a guy on Instagram. He does consignments. You have eBay, and I can waffle it. There's so many different opportunities to sell. I could trade it for something else and barter, you know, get something that maybe has more potential. But yeah, I've noticed that little trend, so I decided to. That's why I sent so much stuff off to E-Rod, because you know, I would love to sell somebody a Thor 5 for $50, but you know, if I could get it graded, you know, that I bought for off the rack for $3 or $4, and it sells for $200, I think I'll do that.
I've also got this problem where I got to figure out a better way to get the word out there and advertise my 40/40 box, because for what it is, it's a decent deal. And I need to get them sold because they're profit. That's all they are, is profit. I've already made the money that the collection that most of that is with came with. So all the rest of it's profit. I just got to get it sold. And you're paying a shipped price of $40 and you're getting 40 books. So essentially you're paying $25 for 40 books. And even if
you're not gonna. When I saw you doing that, I was like, you're not gonna get a better deal for, like, even if they're $1 books, or a couple of them might be $5 books, or even like, say you might find a $10 book in there. I mean, that's just the more idea of the hunt of getting the box. To me, you're not losing nothing. You have nothing to lose. So when you announced it, I said, "Oh, that shouldn't last long." In my mind, when you did it, I was like, "That shouldn't last long."
Yeah, I got 10 of them left sitting over here. No one's got them, but so far, everyone who has got one has been either satisfied or happy with it. And I don't know if you noticed, but I sent one to Discovery Bay that he opened up, and I don't know if he wants me to tell this or not, but this is my channel. I'll do whatever I want. I sent it to him for free because I knew he would advertise it and make a deal out of it like he did.
Right.
Well, that's what smart business people do.
Yeah.
You have to take that chance and send it to people who might have 1,000, 2,000 subs, or, you know.
So he gets it. He opens it up. I don't know what's in there. I honestly don't. I put things together, and I have no clue what's in there. He finds in the Mylar an FF 101. He finds I forget which Thor it is, the one where Captain America first lifts the hammer.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
know what you're talking
he finds a beat copy, mind you, but still, he finds that in there. So that's the book he loves because he never got to read the story. Now he can read the story. And I noticed some of the other books in there were on his pop-up, as I figured they would be. But what I didn't notice was he sold like 12 or 15 of those books, and every one of them he sold $2 more. Some of them he got $5 for. And I'm thinking, how is no one not seeing this and not buying these boxes? They're literally just crap I didn't want to fool with. That's profit for me. I'm selling them to you for $1 a book. They only have to be worth $1, and you're happy with what you got.
Maybe, and look, I have to go to the post office, but I live like 2 minutes away from the post office. What about trying this? And just an idea. I don't know how you would have to word it in the description so people can't get mad, or maybe open up another account to do it. But I was thinking about eBay. I mean, I know they're going to take a fee.
So 20 instead of 25. That's not that big a deal.
Yeah, so or you just raise the price $5 and say you get 40 books for $45 shipped. It's still a good deal in my mind. I'm just thinking of other ways to push it. You know what I mean? What's his name? What's the mystery box?
Bueller?
Oh no, not Bueller.
Comic Tom?
Vantage, Comic Vantage.
Oh,
They were doing a lot on. Not a lot. They're doing all on eBay, unless you're a Patreon member. All on eBay. They transitioned to their website. And now they sell out faster than they were on eBay. And it's more profit, less fees. They probably got a little fee with whatever, maybe with eBay or not eBay, PayPal. But once they got built that clientele on eBay, they transitioned.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of outside of the box,
I also thought of an idea. What do you think about this? Is offering that if someone buys one and then they make a video about it, I'll refund them $5. So they're buying it for $35 instead of $40, and they're still getting the 40 books. All they got to do is open it on video and put it on YouTube, and I'll put it in my playlist in my channel.
Yep. That's the more incentive. That's more incentive. I mean, as long as the math works, that's all that matters. And once the math works for the little bit, once you get enough word out, like I said, once you get enough word out, it doesn't matter. It won't. You won't have to do that anymore because as soon as you say, "Hey, I'm releasing 25 more 40 boxes," and then as soon as you put that announcement up, you're like, "Damn, I sold 20 already."
Yeah, that's what Bueller ran into. So as soon as he announced it, boom.
That's what Comic Vantage was. Comic Vantage was doing that, and then once they went to their website. They were selling out in an hour. In an hour. Yeah. And he's like, well, I guess I got to wait like 3 more weeks in that season, whatever. What's
that other one on Instagram, the slabs?
Slab. No, not Slab Hero. Is it Slab Heroes?
Might be Slab Hero.
It's Slab something.
Yeah. He's like that now. It's all he posts it and like an hour later, they're all claimed.
I also had another idea, which is once I can get these sold, I'd copy Very Gary to an extent and have you buy a slab, and the slab's a mystery. The guarantee is it's a 9.8. Same price, 40, because I'm still going to make it's a small profit, but it's a profit, and I don't know. It's just an idea, but I think I might try.
And he charged more. His was what? 50? How much was his?
His was 50. Wait, no, it was $99.99.
No, it was $99. Yeah, I was like, his was more. So he was actually making a way more profit because those are all pre-screen books.
Yeah. And he put in a few other things too, but for the most part, yeah.
But it was people he knew. it was people he had a connection with, or it's pretty much he probably got it for pennies on a dollar because he's advertising for them.
When you do a pre-screen, it's the standard tier price, and he has a membership, either the same tier I do, or he might have the dealership membership.
He probably has a dealership. Yeah.
So he paid at minimum $18 plus $5 for the handling fee plus shipping and insurance. So he has maybe $20 in each slab, as far as the not the cost of acquiring the book, but all the other costs total. About $20 average.
And then how you do it. I've noticed they ship them all together. So the shipping, people always worry about shipping. When you're doing it like that, shipping's like what, like $1 a piece of it, or 50 cents? What is it like?
It was like $36 for me with UPS on the return shipping, I think.
Yeah. So if all 25 do well, then you do the math. It's what, a couple dollars? Not even a couple dollars. That's how you got to break down the math. People don't realize, you got 25. You got all 25. The ship is $36. It's not $36 per book. It's like $1.36 per book or something.
But I think I might advertise and try to do that video thing. But I know Magoo Fitzcarter bought one. He hadn't done a video. Rob Boswell did one. He hadn't done a video. Flash Raid bought one. He says he's doing a video, but he hadn't released it yet. And then, of course, there's JB. So I think I might advertise, hey, if you buy one now, do a video, you'll get $5 back. I'm still making $20. They get a deal, and I get the name out there because I plan on making more. Right now, they're Spider-Man heavy. They might be Star Trek heavy on the next one or something, but you're paying $1 a book. And I throw in other stuff, too, like he got a Silver Age FF. There's a Silver Surfer 8 in one of the boxes. There's a Aquaman like 20 or something, I think, Silver Age in one of the boxes. I don't have time or money or ever cool with those to sell them for what they're actually worth, so I just put them in a box.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, I gotta go. Post office close in 10 minutes. But I'll watch if y'all still going on. Or I might pop back. But it was nice chatting with you guys, man. I'll talk to you guys later.
We'll see
Later.
Later.
Let's take a look here. MLB mentioned something. Instagram always did mystery box, but you could win a signed book or slab in one of the boxes. He always sold out in minutes, and his boxes were $80. Yeah,
I think that's the one I'm thinking of.
I don't know who he's talking about or not, but yeah, man, I'm thinking about maybe trying something like that because I know I have a good deal. I know so far everyone who's bought one has been happy. So I just got to get the word out, I reckon. I mean, but yeah, I traded one book, a Batman 181, for an entire collection of Spider-Man. And it had a bunch of different stuff in there. Spider-Man, like from the Web of Spider-Man from the 80s. Had a few books from the 70s in there. Had a few things in there, including the 361. But aside from a few books like that 361, I just took them all, sold a few books and just took the rest of them and put them in those boxes. And I was going to do a 50-50, but it's hard to get 50 in there and package well enough that I'm satisfied that they'll be safe. So I went with 40-40. And I'm not making much, but I'm making 25 out of $40. So that's okay, and you're getting a good deal.
You can see that slab boxes.
Slab boxes.
Yeah.
He was thinking Toy USA 2011.
Oh, okay. I know that one too.
So what do you think about all that?
I think what you just said was a good idea. Like you said, you gotta get the word out.
Yeah. So I eBay is always an option, but I'm trying to use it as eBay's for when you sell stuff with huge spread. Like
Yeah.
you pay 100 for it, it's worth 700.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So you can do things like these, but man, them fees are just the
Oh,
eBay
yeah.
alone is 10%, man. So I kind of use eBay as like a last resort. So I'm going to try and do it a different way online through YouTube and stuff before I go to eBay.
Right.
So I guess the question is, how many do you want?
Oh man, I'm like you. I'm trying to get rid of books.
I understand. Don't worry about it. But man, I need to contact a few of the guys that mainly do mystery boxes and see if they'll want one.
Yeah.
That might be an idea.
There's quite a few. There's quite a few on that do them, but
Need to see about Average Will. He buys a lot.
yeah. I know Jay Blitz used to watch him, but used to get him, but he's too critical.
Well, again, there's not but a little bit of criticism you can have on this box because you're paying
Right.
$40 for it. You're getting 40 books. As long as they're worth at least $1, you're happy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So I'll just have to do that later today. Just come up with a list of all the different people that do mystery boxes and see if I can convince them to try one of mine and throw in that $5 refund deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I want to do a video.
Do that and tag them.
Mm. Yeah. So I got some work to do. Well, I love these Star Crunch. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's my favorite junk food.
I'm eating one right now. I love
That
Star.
and nutty bars, nutty buddies, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah. I found out. Apparently, she's a real woman. Little Debbie.
Really?
Yeah. Her name was Debbie McKay or McKee, and she was 3.5 years old when the black and white picture was taken, and then they just changed it to art. But it's still her, and she's like
Oh
vice
wow.
president or something now of the company.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
So what are you trying to sell? You doing the auctions or how you selling stuff?
No, I got a long box full of stuff that I've been weeding through and I've been trying to hit up some guys in the community and see, hey, what do you need? I'll send it to you. But most of the stuff in this long box here is really not anything that anybody'd want. Of course, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I was thinking about just doing like a dollar sale.
Yeah, that wouldn't work, MLB, because the 40/40 box would no longer have its name, and you would be paying more than $1 a book, and that's the key to the sale of it. But
Right.
I could piggyback off your idea and offer them $5 if they shout it out if one's bought during that show. You know, same deal with the video thing, just if they, do it during the auction.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Shout it out. Say these books came from the 40/40 book boxes from Big Will.
Or just mention, hey, Big Will has a great mystery box. You should buy it. Here's
Right.
this information.
Mention it in any way.
You know what? Huh. If I wonder who's doing the auction this Saturday, because Thorough contacted, I contacted Thurl about getting a buddy of mine on it. He said he's got his daughter's birthday Saturday, so he won't be doing the auction. And
Yeah.
he did it last Saturday, so who's doing the auction, or is it not going to happen, or is it like Joker? Or
I don't know. I think Joker usually has his on Wednesdays. Maybe he moved it. I don't know.
yeah, I know it's usually on Wednesday, but I'm saying, is someone going to take over the helm for Saturday, or is it just going to be skipped? Or is it? Oh, what?
Uh-oh. Will got company, and I'm just kind of sitting here doing nothing. You gotta go. All right. You're still muted, Will.
I don't mean leave as in I'm gone. I mean I gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey, the people.
Well, I don't know. What do you want to see? I got this book recently. It's Weird War Tales number 11. Chasing that. And I just hit on issue number 6. So I got that to look forward to. This will be the start of the future run. Dead World number 1. Recently saw this cover, so I was like, "Ooh, I like it." So that'll be one that'll be fun to read. I'll put that on the midnight. Maybe I'll pull out the Midnight book. Can't find them. All right. There it is, I believe. That's special edition number 2. Special edition number 1 laying around here somewhere. Just a Conchu. Mark Spector number 1. Is that Pox in that cover? There's the OG. I got a lot of these Moon Knights off of C. Woodard 1/9. Issue number 2. Issue number 3. Really like that one. Number 4. I know very little about this. Kind of on my read list. Other than Bill Sienkiewicz did some covers, and Mark Spector is I guess, schizophrenic. I like this cover. That's Norum. He did a lot of the Epic Illustrated. All the Savage Sword Conans, the magazine covers. He did a lot of those. This is, I think, Cabbage. It is cold and barren here, and he cannot fight them. Issue number 7.
And
Back.
he's back.
You're back.
Here we go.
I was trying to entertain with
There we go.
Moon Knight.
Oh yeah, Moon Knight.
Yeah.
Oh crap! I did not know that. Look at that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you need to be careful.
Yeah. Don't. Here's the tip, and Will knows this well as well. Don't buy everything you see.
Yeah.
Find a focus and stick to the focus. Whether it be if you like to collect a run so you can read it, or if you just like specific character or keys, but find a focus and stick to a focus. This back here is what happens when you don't do that.
Yeah. One thing I have found is that one thing that helps you to know what to buy, what not to buy, is just reading. Just reading.
Yeah.
Make sure you're actually into the books and it's not a fad, and you'll be good to go.
Focus. That's right, Who Dat. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, man. He bought like everything I had at the auction that I did. Oh, he's done with the post office. So
Man, I need to look at these books more often.
yeah.
I didn't realize there was a Daredevil on the cover.
Oh yeah. So MLV, you since me and Mastodon are right here, man. Is there any questions you need? Do you need help with anything? Do you have any questions since you're new? I mean, that's why we're here. You know, we love new people. They're awesome. They know nothing.
Thanks, sweet. We get to teach. Hell, man, I still don't know nothing.
Hey, I may not know anything, but I know more than what I knew.
That's true. That's true. Before I got into this community, I knew absolutely nothing about shipping books. I learned a lot from guys like Who Dat.
Mm-hmm.
Love this cover. Any of the black covers in the Moon Knight series? That's Kellen cover. Jesco.
Good.
Yeah. That's always good if you have somebody nearby. And this cover always confused me.
Why?
Well, just I guess the layout of it. I don't know. That's like I said. I need to read. I need to read them so that I know what the hell's going on.
Yeah. Oh, well, I needed money, and one thing I had was comics, and I love the thrill of giving someone a deal, and then they get the book and they are just elated. You know, the big smile on their face. You know, I love that feeling. So I just thought, hey, what if I could sell a lot? besides, I could get some good stuff for me. It's something I know. Just about everybody knows something really well. Well, comics is something that I've always known really well. So I used to tell people, if you want to talk to me, here is what I know. Comic books, heavy metal, Jesus, and comedy. That's pretty much it. That's what I know. So I can monetize that, help get more stuff, better stuff for my collection, help out other people, and have fun doing something that also will hopefully sustain me, like pay the bills and stuff. So
Right.
that's probably a horrible answer to your question, but that's the best I got.
I don't see anything wrong with that answer.
So yeah, there's my answer. So is Moon Knight your favorite, or did that just happen to be a short box of Moon Knight?
That's a little bit of both. For some reason, I'm drawn to the character. I don't know why, but even though I know absolutely nothing about him, like I said, it's been on my reading list for quite a while. I keep getting distracted by other books and as far as my reading goes, like I've been working on New Mutants, reading New Mutants for all year. I'm playing catch up on everything.
Thanks. Yeah, I originally went to college to be a history teacher, and then I changed to get a degree in religion to be a pastor. And I changed from now I still think I'm supposed to preach, but not preach as in necessarily be a pastor, but preach as in, teach people, spread the word, that way.
Yeah.
But I really don't do it that much on YouTube or Instagram because those are comics, although sometimes it does overlap. Plus, when you have, if you're willing, if I don't know your personal life, Macedon, but if you were a Christian or if you are a Christian and I'm trying to teach you stuff, well, you're not going to get mad and leave the studio and delete me from your friends list or anything.
No.
You're just going to stay and learn. But if I don't know that about you, or if you're something else, and I say the wrong thing, or we get into a discussion where I'm like, no, I'm right because, and you're like, no, you're wrong because, we can end in anger and you just leave the studio. Or there's no, it's not as good as an in-person debate.
Right.
Debating,
I agree with that.
you just wind up being like on TV and you're a talking head in the box, and that's it. So that's why I haven't done much on YouTube or anything as far as the religious side. And there are certain people in the community who I love them to death, but if we were to get on a religious discussion, it would be me, the believer, them, the non-believer, or it would be me, the believer, who thinks that their belief is a cult, or something like that. So I just keep it
right.
I keep it comics and well enough on my feet and get things going well. And here at home, I'll do the whole the preaching the word, teaching and all that.
Right.
But, I mean,
Right.
you can look at my books there. That's an action Bible. I have a Doing Ethics, a philosophy book, a Strong's Concordance, 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 Bibles, a whole bunch of stuff just set up there, So I know stuff, and basically, so I don't know much other than them 4 things, but doggone, I know a lot about them 4 things.
that's a I guess something I never really got that much into. I know some of the basics, like the golden rule and stuff like that, but I don't follow a whole lot of it. I don't consider myself Christian. I'm agnostic. So I don't consider myself a Christian because I'm not.
Yeah.
We'll say I don't accept Christ as the Savior, but I believe in God.
Agnosticism is hard to explain to people because
there's
you're like, so do you believe? And you're like, no. It's like, do you think there's a God? Well, maybe. It's like, how do you kind of? It's really hard to explain to people who don't know.
And I looked that up too. There's several different fields of it. It's like a spectrum.
Yeah.
And I'm
what a lot of people
over here in this part, and
a lot of people don't realize that atheism technically doesn't exist. They're all a form of agnostic, because atheism is the lack of belief, but most of them will believe in something, just not a normal religious worldview. It's
right.
Science or something like that. So in reality, everyone is either religious or agnostic, but they don't know what kind, because it's really hard to explain.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It'd be like me trying to explain to you the Trinity. It's like God made it. What makes you think I'm going to be able to explain it?
That was one of the big deals in the Reformation.
Yeah.
It's this. No, it's this.
And now we have like 4,000 denominations.
Yeah. Calvinism, Lutherans.
Yeah. Another problem I find is a lot of people with the loudest mouths, shall we say, misinterpret. And then when you call them on it and explain clearly how they've misinterpreted something, they're like a Republican telling a Democrat something, or a Democrat telling a Republican something. It's like, nah.
Yeah.
Like that. Like Westboro Baptist, for example. People with them signs that say God, hates. I don't want to say it because I'm on YouTube, but you know what I'm saying, or like,
right.
Yay for soldiers dying in battle. Those signs. They're misinterpreting out the butt. They're wrong, but yet they're loud ones. So I mean, there's a lot of that in Christianity too, where you're like, you should be a Christian. You mean like that one? No, not that one.
Yeah.
You don't see him. He is not there. But yeah. So yeah, there's that part about my life.
Yeah.
But yeah,
look at Eileen's comment.
I read and I know stuff. Yeah.
I don't know.
But uh-oh. What kind of Christian are you? There's different kinds. I don't know if you saw me highlight that. I'm asking MLB what kind of Christian he is. Yeah, because there's different kinds. Like the one of my favorite. If you're going to have a debate, I love Arminian and Calvinist.
Oh yeah,
those are great for the debate. But if you're talking about agreeing on something, then you wouldn't be able to talk about alcohol and you're a Methodist or a Baptist. I mean, that's not a good example, but it's there's different things that certain topics you might not want to talk about unless you're debating.
Right.
Calvinism for the most part. Well, that should be the correct answer for everyone, but yeah. But I use denominations not mainly just to differentiate. Okay, I know you believe certain things. Now that you tell me, if you tell me you're Baptist, well, I know you don't think you should drink, and unless you're at the liquor store and you see another one, then you just say nothing. Or if you're Church of Christ, then you don't think there should be any musical instruments involved. Okay, I know that's one of your things, So it helps to know what. If your church has we're a this kind of church in the name, in other words, it's not non-denominational, that helps tell me a lot about how your belief system is. So I'll know where we're going to agree, where we're going to disagree, and where we might can dig in for stuff, because a lot of people, when they go to a service, they get milk. There's this thing about Christianity that there's the milk that you feed, children, and then when they're older and can handle it, you give them meat to eat. And that just means there's the milk, there's the soft serve stuff like there's the Copper Age and the Modern Age and the Silver Age in comics, and then the meat of it is that you have pre-code horror in the Golden Age. And then that breaks down into Atomic Age. And then from there, you have the pre-code horror and then the still Atomic Age horror that has the code. You get real specific. You know what I'm saying? So, right. Okay, yeah, that tells me a lot. Right there. Okay. Well, yeah, that might be something to do later then, concerning your this comment. Maybe, I don't know. We'll have to talk about that later. But yeah, that explains a lot.
I always got Pentecostal confused with evangelical. I don't know why.
Evangelical.
Yeah, those two screwed me up all.
Yeah, but what I was saying is that a lot of people, they're like, hey, I want to have a deep discussion. And then you're like, okay, let's have a deep discussion. Turns out they've been fed milk and you're coming here with steak, meat. So that it also helps to know someone's background, to know, okay, are you ready for the meat? Or am I going to have to start with milk and then we work our way up? So, yeah, okay, yeah. That tells me we're good to go then. But yeah, for the most part, though, I do try and keep it separate from the comics. Just have a comic channel on. I'll be comic. Right. But I have released a few videos where I was reading a few chapters of the Bible, and you don't see my face or anything. It's just me reading over like a picture. So I did put those on this channel just as, I wasn't able to do much, but I could read and record. So I did that. And one of them turned out really well. The others were kind of meh. But, yeah, that's about all I've done. Other than, no, I think that's it. But, yeah. Well, is there something else we should talk about, or are we getting close to the end here? We have been on, or well, you haven't, but I have been on 3 hours, 59 minutes almost. I was planning on this to be, I wouldn't plan on going over for more than like an hour. I figured, well, if people come and we start talking, we'll just go until we stop. And then here we are 4 hours later.
That happens.
We had a few topics apparently.
That happened to me last Easter. I did a Sunday show, in the afternoon, and I had two guys hop on with me. I want to say, was who that? I can't remember if who that was one of the guys. And I was on for like 2.5 hours. That was definitely unintended, especially on Easter Sunday.
Here's a question. I don't know if you look at I don't have one nearby, but they have Wonder Woman was going to be released in October. Now they've moved her back to, I think, Christmas. So I don't know if she'll keep the date or not. Oh yeah, he was the one.
Okay.
Might have been him and Kyle Walker.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no, I don't know if they will or not. All I know is I'm about tired of pretty much most of the country getting back on track, and then you have like New York City and California and other places that are still completely locked down, as if that's going to make them safe, but it's not. And I think those are the ones that are determining some of this other stuff, like opening of theaters, opening back up of other stuff. All it is, guys, look, not full capacity, wear a mask, you'll be fine.
Right.
So I don't know who that. I have a feeling it might get pushed back again, but I don't remember where it's at now. What is the release date at the moment? I don't know what it is, but
I thought it was that Friday after the election. Isn't it like November 6th or something like that?
I don't know. I wait till closer to time and then just go down and vote and then come back. But yeah, they might change it up because I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean, if Biden's elected, this, and this. If Trump's elected again, this, and this. So I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is we don't have a good choice either way you go.
Yeah.
November 6th.
That's what I was thinking.
No, I haven't watched it yet.
I have.
Because apparently it's actually pretty good. But I don't
liked it.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah. I was in a theater all by myself.
No,
that was fun.
Love that. Don't you love it when that happens?
Yeah. That's the first time I've ever. Now I've been in where there's only a few other people than me, but I've never been in one by myself. It was interesting.
I have. It was me and a buddy. We went to the movies, and we were the only ones in the theater. But I have a feeling I know why. It was like a 3-week-old movie. Guess what movie it was? 2006.
Green Lantern?
No, it was the new Dukes of Hazzard.
Oh. Yeah.
No one else in there.
Yeah.
But
blasphemy.
We both were kind of like, when we saw the General Lee and that slow pan after they come out. But yeah. But yeah, man, it's fun. You kind of want to go back, order the biggest popcorn you can, drink, everything else, lay down, spend $100, go back in there, just put your feet up, undo your pants because you're going to eat all that stuff. It's got to go somewhere. And just sit there and watch the movie on the big screen. Don't tell me you didn't think that. I know you did.
I did think about putting my feet up, but I don't think I did.
But yeah. Well,
I don't usually get popcorn when I go to the movies. I like picking it out of my teeth.
I don't usually get anything when I go because I want to have money left over.
Yeah, how about it?
So on occasion, though, I will get a popcorn, a drink, maybe. but for the most part, I just go in, buy the ticket, and that's it.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think we'll just leave at 4 minutes or 4 hours, 5 minutes. That's when we'll shut this off. Unless someone pops in and gets us on a conversation or something, we'll just end here in 60 seconds or so. Yeah, I did not. Wow. We cut into other people. I didn't realize we were going to be 4 hours long. Wow.
Hey, I gotta go.
Okay. Well, we're definitely going to end here at 4:05 then.
All right.
We'll see you later.
All right. All right. Take it easy, man.
Yeah. We will talk to all of you later. Thanks for dropping by if you stuck with us and all that stuff. And I'm going to try and end this exactly at 4:05. We'll see how well I do later.